Hello everybody, welcome to another Saturday night stream. Welcome in everybody who has redeemed their flower of the day. Elfie, you have an Agrimony. LT Bago has a Rose Campion. Harry has a Beaked Hawk's beard. And welcome in to any lurkers, anybody listening on the VOD, anybody else. Hope you are all having a great weekend. Good news, I didn't fall asleep today before the start of my stream, so we're more on time than normal. Yes, thank you, LT Bago. More good news, I have hopefully reduced the volume of my alerts to something more reasonable now. Let me replay this. Somebody randomly followed me yesterday. Thank you, Desi Wallace2222 for the follow. There we go. Is that a
Lisa
slightly...
Wallace 2222.
Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Was that alert noise more reasonable? If so, I think I finally got the volume right. But anyway, we are going to be continuing with Infinifactory. Debago says much quieter except for the TTS. Yeah, I didn't realise it was going to have TTS. It didn't have TTS before. That's the first time it's ever done TTS on my channel. Oh well. I did quite like the idea of having TTS, to be honest, but I'm going to have to put the volume of that down as well, which I guess must be controlled independently of the actual alert volume. Okay, streaming is hard. Welcome everybody. Let's get Infinifactory set up. We need sound, and we need game, and we need scene. So to recap this game, we have been abducted by aliens, and we have spent the last 2 episodes being forced to solve puzzles for them by building them factories. We've been doing pretty well. We have been rewarded with a girls' football trophy, a baseball cap, a VHS cassette, and a rather dodgy-looking magazine. And we are currently in the 6th world, completed 3 out of the 5 levels, so we've just got these 2 to go, and then we have what looks to be our last performance review. However, I have a suspicion that that's not actually the end of the game, so we will find out. I am going to put my face cam back at the top because the block menu is down here at the bottom and you can see better what I'm doing. Yeah, it appears the next level is called Meat Product Type 101. So much like much like this level, it might be that vegans have to look away for this one. Apologies for that. Let's okay. We don't seem to have any of those burrows that were occupied by those cute little creatures. So I wonder where our meat product is coming from. Last time we were in this area, we were chopping up a tree and using it to make orange juice of some sort. Okay. I think this might be our meat product. Yeah. That's a very square looking whale. Excuse me, aliens, are you making your food out of endangered species? I suppose this is an alien world. Maybe this animal is actually very common in this world, and what they are doing is entirely ethical. We don't know. Let's assume that it's okay. So it looks like we need to take this whale and put it through. We've been given 2 of these machines this time to produce this, which I guess is packaged whale meat. Okay. So this is going to be similar to what we were doing with the tree, except a little a little less vegan friendly. Harry seems excited by this prospect. Okay, so I think we have the same limitation as before, whereby you can't actually split blocks apart. You can weld blocks together, but you can't unweld them. So the only way to get individual blocks out of this whale is to eviscerate the entire section here. So that's what we're going to do. And what I think we can do is... yeah, we sort of do... we make a tower of these. That will split it up into sections. And then we can cut those sections down further. I mean, this is a lot of blocks. I feel like if we're only going to make 10 of each of these, then that's 30, 60, yeah, 60 blocks in total. But that's not many whales. Not many whales had to die to bring this puzzle to us, I think, because you get a lot of blocks out of each one. So if we do this, I suppose we can bring the tail as well. Should have a series of slices. That was a bit loud, sorry. Oh, hang on. Ah. Yeah. The inside is different to the outside. Also, I just love this square animal with square insides. Okay, so there's a white bit and a red bit. I guess the white bit is like the blubber on the outside. Okay, so we need to actually separate those out. Ah, okay. This level is a bit more tricky than I thought then. So how do we want to do that? I wonder if we actually want to output it this way? No, we can't actually, because the conveyor brings it that way. We don't have much choice. Okay. Apologies. When all these eviscerators working at once, the sound is just multiplied by the game. So it does come out very loud, so apologies for that. So I assume these white blocks need to go into this machine. The red ones need to go in there. So this slice here is entirely white blocks, so that's convenient. Maybe we'll start by just getting some blocks off of this slice. So, yeah, we've sliced off a square, and then we want to take that square and slice that into horizontal slices, like this. That noise is going to keep being loud. Yeah, now we have horizontal slices of this, which I assume we can just put the whole slice through here. We don't have to make it into individual blocks first. So we've sort of solved the first part already. The second part is going to be more difficult because these slices are a mixture of the two different types of block. But if we bring these down here and then like feed them into here, like this. I think this does what we want for this part. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Then we need to split into 3. We did this in the last meat processing level, so that's easy enough. We just do this. Have a pusher going this way, a pusher going this way, and a button. This type of button here. Like that. Oops. Okay, let's check whether that works. Obviously, the rest of the level is just going to fill up with random stuff. But okay, that is working. In fact, yeah, we're producing this stuff faster than we can even process it, so that's not going to be an issue. This is slightly more of an issue. Right. So yeah, since we're, this one slice actually gives us, yeah, well, this one slice actually gives us as much as this machine can actually process. So we're limited by the speed of this machine. So we don't actually need any of the white parts from any of the other sections. These sections are entirely white parts though, so we actually don't need them. So we can just get rid of them completely. This unfortunately is going to make the eviscerator sound even louder, so I apologise for that. It's one of those things you don't think about in game audio design. You just trigger a sound to play, and you don't necessarily think about what happens when the same sound plays 40 times at once, and it sounds like this. Which is a bit loud. Hello, Izzy! Welcome to this rather bizarre level of Infinifactory, where we have to slice a whale into half. Don't worry, the rest of the levels aren't like this at all. We just build weapons instead. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a garlic mustard. Yes, don't worry, Izzy, it's safe. These aliens only eat whales and gophers. They don't eat penguins. You are safe here. You are our favourite penguin for sure, T-Bago. Thank you for clarifying that. So yeah, what I now need to do is extract the red parts from this, which means we don't need the bottom layer at all, and we don't need the top layer at all. So I can just start by getting rid of those layers. You're not even your own favourite penguin. Oh, come on now, Izzy. That only goes to your spouse. Ah, your spouse is also a penguin. I see. Learning the Izzy lore today. I'm glad to hear that the two penguins are happy together. That makes me... That really warms my heart, Izzy, and thank you for sharing. But I don't think he's ever been in this stream, so you remain my favourite penguin. Sorry about that loud noise. Right, okay. So now we've just got the white bits on the sides, and I think to deal with that, if I just arrange for the pieces to be conveyed in this direction, we can arrange for those bits to be sliced off. Something like this. I think we'll do it. Then we should just have the red bits left. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Then we can take the red bits and bring them to this machine. And it's going to be a 3x3 section, so we're going to need to chop out the middle with a similar mechanism than we had over here, but only working on the 3x3 this time. So that, and then the conveyor there. I think that should do it. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's about as much of that as we can get out of the, the whale, I think. Then we need to build another one of these to distribute it across 3 outputs. So 2 of them. Button above this one, triggering 2 pushes. One here, one here. I've built this pattern enough times, I'm starting to get used to it now. Yes, you do actually get quite a lot of blocks out. Again, I think the machine is going to have trouble keeping up with all these blocks. Yeah, we're producing more than we're using. So this is as fast as it will go. Okay. Oh well, yeah. Okay. I did quite well on the cycle score. Then I seem to be below what most people got. And about average on the others. That's good to know. Well, hopefully that's the last time we have to make a non-vegan friendly puzzle. Now we can just make aerial combat shuttles. So, okay, we're back into this area, but now we've got different components. Is this the thing we're making? Yes. Okay, this is actually a callback to an earlier level as well, I think. Yeah, we had to refurbish these. We had an earlier level where these came in ready-made and we had to take off the engines and put new ones on. Now we've got to assemble the entire thing from scratch, I suspect. So, yeah, okay. We've got these 2 orange bits at the front. And we've got these, which are... Yeah, this is not the same block as this. 2 of these, and then 12 of these other blocks, making a 2x2x3 cube, and then 2 engines of 3 blocks each. Okay. It's slightly awkward. we have to come back in here every time we want to check what our product needs to look like. But I notice we've got this sort of hole here. So I wonder if you're supposed to assemble it down here and then sort of elevate it up into here to deliver the final product. That'd be quite cool. Certainly give us plenty of space to work with. So what comes out of here? Ah, this is the engines. Okay. And this is those blocks. Okay. And so unfortunate predecessor who didn't quite figure out this puzzle. So hopefully we can manage it. So the first thing I'm going to do is make the engines, because that's just a case of sticking 3 of these together. And we've done that enough times, we know it's just that. Oops. Then, yeah, we need to make like a cuboid 2x2x3 out of these. Which could be tricky. Let's think about how that's going to work. Let's make it here. Yeah, let's say that this is where we want to make it. Which way do we want it to face? The final product faces that way, so I guess we want it to face that way. And we want it to be lined up so we can take it through there. So here is good. If we just run this, it's going to make... Yeah. At this point we have like a 2x3 slice. I'm wondering if, because we can stick it together by putting these on the back. Except, yeah, that will happen. So actually we want to do this. No, that doesn't work either. About that, but then also put one here. So these two work together to stick the top and bottom together, and then these stick. These sort of make 2x1s, and then these stick those 2x1s together into a 3x2. Yeah, and the idea is, yeah, so at this point here we have one, this shape is all welded together now. The game is quite helpful with this. It will actually, when I mouse over this, the whole thing is highlighted, which shows the whole thing is stuck together. If I bring this in, yeah, now it shows this is all stuck together. But before this cube is welded to this cube, it's a separate object. So I'm glad it does that. But if we only use 3 of these welders, I think what we can do then is have a pusher here. My thinking is once we've made a 2x3 rectangle, we push it out. Now when would we want to trigger that? It needs to be at this point. So maybe actually we want a button. Yeah, maybe we want to push it out here actually. In which case we want a button here. And maybe have the pusher actually be here. Now is that going to work, or is it going to stick one extra cube to it? Ah, no, it does work. Okay. So we have a 2x3 slice, and we have another 2x3 slice. So then we can stick the 2x3 slices together. Hopefully. If I do this. Right, does that... ignore this thing for a moment, because it's going to get in the way. Does this work? Yes, okay, look, see, we've made one big thing. Okay. This is actually not where I want it. I want it in the middle. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo this one block over. Unfortunately, this game doesn't have like a select function and a copy and paste, so I can't just move my entire factory over. I have to do it a bit at a time. But that's okay. Doesn't take that long. Okay. Right, let's just check that still works. Yeah, okay. So we've made the middle bit, now we need to stick the engines on, and I've forgotten where they go, so we've got to take another trip back up here to go and have a look. Okay, so they do hang off the back slightly. Probably arrange for that to happen. So if we bring it to here, then one engine needs to go here and one needs to go here. We can't put welders on the side because this has got to get through, but we can put welders on top. So we can do this and this. And we need to attach this somewhere. Let's use this convenient wall here, I guess. Like that. So now if we just slide the engines into the right spots, they should attach correctly. Hopefully. So we need one there and one there. Which means this machine actually needs to produce 2 engines. How do I want to do this? Oops. This needs to actually stay supported. If we go like... actually... Hello Skanana, welcome in. Hope you are having a good weekend. We are continuing with Infinifactory. We're getting to the difficult levels now. This one is taxing my brain a little. We have been given this to make. We're going to make it out of every one of these individual blocks. We've got to assemble every block using some machines that we build to make that. So that's what we're currently in the middle of. Thank you for dropping by. So far we have built... so far we built this, which is a block, a big block. We've made small blocks into big block. Thinking Emma is cutest, Emma. well, thank you, Skanana. I'm glad you think that, because I have to think quite a lot in these games. I've just realised that what I'm doing over here doesn't work because it's building the engines on this level, which is too low. So I either need to lift them up when they come out of this container, or possibly easier, I just need to drop this cube down. So I'm going to try dropping the cube down. Adorable, also smarter than me. Well, I don't know. Skanana, have you ever played this game? I haven't seen... I think it was relatively popular when it came out, like by puzzle game standards, but I haven't really seen any streamers play it. But to be fair, I haven't really been following the category for very long. Hello, Ophelia. Welcome in.
Ophelia 6207.
Okay, yeah, I kind of screwed up my alerts. I was trying to lower the alert volume, and I think I've succeeded in lowering the alert volume. What I haven't, I've somehow enabled text-to-speech, except it's too loud and it cuts off. So apologies for that. I will look at it again tonight and see if I can fix that as well. Welcome in, Ophelia. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for redeeming Blowhigh. I will go and fetch him very shortly. We're just playing a little bit of Infinifactory, and welcome in also Matcha Catcher. I hope you're well. Skanana, thank you for redeeming a Primrose as your flower of the day. And let's see if the TTS fires on this one as well.
LT Bago just redeemed show outfit.
LT Bago. Yes. Thank you. I will try and have that fixed by tomorrow. By the way, for those of you who weren't in Ophelia's stream yesterday, tomorrow is my birthday. So I will be doing a stream. We can call it a birthday stream, although I don't know if I'll actually be doing anything different for it. But yeah, let me do the show outfit and the Blowhigh. Yeah, that alert hasn't changed, I don't think. Because it's just the word woof. And I haven't lowered the sound on that one because the whole point is to sort of catch you out and be loud. Also, Matcha, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, a long-stalked cranesbill. It did say, well, it's always said woof. I'll be back in a minute. Matcha Catcher says, I thought the recording went backwards there. No, it was only Emma who went backwards. Yes, today's outfit is extra spinny. My cardigan spins and my skirt spins, so have double the spinny. Also, here is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly and we love him. Hopefully I can manage playing this game while holding the Blowhigh. Get rotated, says T-Bago. Indeed. If I'm going to have to go spinny, then it's only fair that Blowhigh has to go spinny as well. I'm not going to throw Blowhigh downstairs, Matcha. I would never wish such harm upon Blowhigh. Also, you can see where my stairs are, but I don't think you'd be able to see really if I threw the Blowhigh down them, so it would be a waste. I wouldn't even be doing it for the content. Right, let's have to sort of get comfortable again and not be shrimping, just in case Lewis drops by. But also be holding a blowhigh, but also be able to see my keyboard and play the game. Yeah, you can probably see my desk is wobbly. I still haven't fixed it. One day I'll fix it. One day when I'm less busy, I promise. Okay. Where were we? Oh yeah, we were. That's right. Yeah, we need to drop down the cube so that we can put the engines on it. We need to drop it down one block, I think. So this will be far enough. Actually, no, we need space to put the welders in and not have them hit the cube on the way down. So that. Again, we can attach them to the ceiling. And then again, we want them to come in here and here, I think. That looks right. Hello, Quinn! Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for redeeming your flower today. Which is a sorrel. Sorrel is a lovely flower and a lovely name. So what I'm thinking here is we make two of these. One of them can sit here until the other one gets here, at which point we can trigger it to get pushed across with a pusher. So we'd want a sensor on top of here, like this. And then bring this. Okay, let's see if that works vaguely how I thought it might. Quinn says, "Hi, yes, I'm enjoying the weekend. Hope you are too. Went to a new bookstore with partner and we both got some fun looking books. Well, I'm glad to hear you had a successful shopping visit, Quinn." I have had a very long, tiring week, and I was actually asleep yesterday when I was supposed to start my stream, which wasn't great, but we're doing alright today, and things should ease up over the next few weeks, which will be nice. Yeah, a new book. I can't remember the last time a new bookstore opened around here. That's good to hear that such things are happening. Do enjoy your reading, and feel free to share with chat if you think you've got something interesting, by all means. No, Tibago, it's too early to go to bed. You need to be here for emotional support for when I can't figure out these factories. Right, here are the two engines. So there we go. Okay, so both engines should now slide over to here, like that. Yeah, okay. There's just one problem. We haven't managed to make our cube yet. So the engines got there too fast. So I need to put in a delay. So the engines get there later. So hopefully the cube gets there first and then the engines. That's the idea. Yeah, so see, now it's going to make 3 engines before it sends them instead of 2. So now cube comes down, engines come down, and okay, yeah. We pretty much timed that perfectly. It's successfully made this, which I think is pretty much what we need, just without the front bit on. I'm gonna have to go and check again. Yeah, okay, yeah, if you ignore this column, we've made all of this. Skanana says, too cute. Ned to be here for the adorable mannerisms. I'm glad to hear you think my mannerisms are adorable, Skanana. Not sure quite what specifically you mean, but I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. This stream is cute girl rambles for hours. I mean, I don't ramble for literally hours. I do watch streamers who do ramble for hours. And those are also very cute, but yes. This one, there's definitely some rambling involved in this stream. It depends how active chat is and how much I'm focusing on the puzzle, and how much I'm waffling in order to distract from the fact that I can't think how to solve the puzzle. The reason I'm flying aimlessly around the map and talking to you guys is I can't actually think how to solve it right now. And I'm hoping my brain comes up with something. Also, what is the point of this? What is this for? This is like a giant table. This gap is too small to really fit anything under. I can't fit under. The thing I'm trying to make can't fit under. So why is this here? I suppose it's just for decoration. Okay, once I've actually assembled this, I need to push it off the conveyor onto another conveyor belt to take it up there. I can't just convey it from down here because then the cube would leave before the engines had finished. So I need to trigger the engine being slotted into place. So I need a button here. And that button needs to push the whole thing. Which means having a pusher here? But that gets in the way. So actually the pusher needs to be... here. Yes, the pusher needs to be there. So now I need to link this button with this pusher without accidentally breaking something. Oh, actually, no, I can put a button here. That's going to be easier. Button there. Button there. Skanana likes when I giggle. Well, thank you, Skanana. Hopefully chat says lots of amusing things so that I giggle more often. Now, does this work? Do I get a fully formed thing coming off of this conveyor belt? No. Why not? Oh, no, I can't put a button there because that's triggered by the cube as it comes through. The button does need to be here. Okay. So actually I need to do that. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay. Why has this not worked? Oh, we need to stop it from going too far this way by blocking it off. Like that. Now it should work. Why has the pusher not pushed? Oh, because it's the button. The button is not pressed, so the pusher has not pushed. Okay. Where should this button actually be? Ideally it would be here, but there's a welder here. And if I put the button here, then the whole machine can't actually move. Yeah, there's actually nowhere I can put this button that works. That's annoying. Can I just make this push this way? Skonana says, not gonna lie, wish Emma was my girlfriend so we can talk poison flowers. Well, a couple of things to say in response to that. Firstly, thank you, I'm flattered. Secondly, as Tibago points out, we can still talk about poison flowers. Like, you don't actually have to be in a relationship with somebody to talk to them about flowers. In fact, I actively encourage talking about flowers to people you're not in a relationship with. And thirdly, I am asexual. No offense to you, Skonana. I'm sure you're lovely. Just personally, I'm probably not interested. But thank you. Well, this is the thing, Izzy. I'm not one of these big streamers with thousands of viewers that won't even acknowledge you unless you throw money at them. I think friendships formed with small streamers can be genuine friendships. I would count LT Bago as a friend. I have known him for well over a year now, and he has been consistently supporting me throughout my time as a streamer. So I wouldn't call that a parasocial relationship at all. You know, I think we're all friends here, Izzy. And just because I personally don't have a sexual interest in anyone does not stop us from forming friendships. Anyway, I just rotated the conveyor belt 90 degrees and I'm hoping it fixes my entire factory. Oh wow, it actually worked. Okay, I don't think I need this button anymore then. Let's get rid of it. Skonana says, maybe you can help me poison everyone as a friend. I'm afraid as a botanist I cannot condone the use of poison plants in that manner. Who is it that you want to poison, Skonana? Hopefully not any of my viewers. I don't have many viewers. I can't afford to go around poisoning them. That's not a good way to grow your channel. Okay, I think that's about as good as we can do here. So now we kind of want to abandon this part of the factory and come over here. And our next task is to lift this up to here, where I guess we'll bring in the final components through this door and then join them on. Bad people? I mean, whilst I won't deny, Skonana, that there are lots of bad people in the world, I tend to just block them. I don't think it's explicitly against Twitch's terms of service to poison people you don't like, but I feel like I shouldn't be condoning it anyway. You eat them. Okay. Well, yeah. You need to be careful then, Skonana. If you're going to eat somebody, it's very important not to kill them by poisoning, because there may be poison left in their system when you eat them, and then that might poison you. So yeah, just a word of advice, Scanana. You will need to find a different method of dispatching your victims other than poison. That's why you boil them after. You've thought this through, Scanana, haven't you? Okay. We have these lifting pads in this game, but they're not very powerful. They can only lift this far, which isn't far enough. So I'm going to have to use more than one. That's why you boil them after. Yeah, I suppose that would work. Can we change the subject? Tibago says, I'd rather find some yummy edible flowers and plants and share them with friends. Yeah, I can talk about edible plants at some point as a botany segment if you would like. The one thing you have to be careful of, especially in the UK, is umbellifers. There are umbellifers that are edible and delicious, and there are umbellifers that are deadly poisonous, and they look extremely similar, and unless you are trained to distinguish them, you don't want to confuse, for example, cow parsley and hemlock. Hemlock is famously poisonous. Cow parsley is actually quite nice. And they look very, very similar. Scanana says, can we talk about flower wine? Yes, if you want. I mean, I don't personally drink alcohol because my liver is somewhat of a mess. But I do drink cordials sometimes. I actually have some nettle cordial somewhere, which I haven't tried yet. I need to chain two of these lifters together, so I need to lift it up, have a conveyor taking it here, and then lift it up again. Do I need to get it off the lifter once it's high enough? So I think... Is that the right height, or can we go one further? Okay, no, that is the right height. So I need a button on here. Triggering a pusher. I need wires here. Where does the pusher need to be? Here? Yes, okay. So that moves it past the lifter, I think. Oh, actually, no, hang on. I think we want the lifter on this side so that it goes the right distance. Tibago says boiling isn't the best cooking methods for meats. He also says never even pick unless you're 100% sure. Yes, and also bear in mind it is also illegal to pick quite a lot of wildflowers. So make sure you know what it is and that it's not rare or protected or poisonous. Some things are harmful even to touch. Touching hogweed sap will give you a nasty burn, which is actually permanent, and it's photosensitive. So if you get a hogweed burn, for the rest of your life, anytime you go out in the sun, the burn will get irritated. So you really don't want to do that. There's an invasive species in the UK called giant hogweed, which is even nastier and even bigger. Fortunately, not very common. If you see that, you have to report it, and the council will come out and kill it. They actually take it quite seriously. Scanana says, Scanana loves the idea of plants permanently mutilating people. I'm starting to worry about you, Scanana. Okay, so that's No, that lifted up another... Oh, hang on. I've still not got this mechanism right. That needs to be there. And that needs to be there. I think it might finally work now. Plants can win. I mean, wait till you hear about carnivorous plants, Skanada. Although I have to say they only eat insects, not people. Yeah, I know, Ophelia. I'm not going to give him any actual advice. I'm not going to tell him. I mean, you can't really hurt somebody with giant hogweed. But even if you could, I'm not going to explain to him how. Don't worry. I understand your concern, Ophelia. I do. I'm sorry about that. Is this right? I think so. Yes, I will not give anybody any advice on how to hurt people, either themselves or others. I will only give advice on how to identify wildflowers, because that is part of what I do, and I like it. But I won't actually. I won't give advice on foraging, just because.
LT Bago just redeemed read from.
Yeah, thank you, broken TTS. I will not be giving people specific advice on foraging plants, just because there's too much risk to get it wrong. And I will advise against picking or eating anything unless you know what you're doing. You pretend to be bad, but you adore my botany. Yeah, I'm not so sure, Skanana. You do come across as a little bit creepy, I have to say. Right, no, that's not right either. For some reason, just getting this part of the build right is causing me a lot of problems. Yeah, but then it's going to fall down again. Okay, I think I actually need to catch the engine in order to move it forward. It's going to be like here. So I need a conveyor here. Then it should work. Skanana says, fair. As a kid, I loved insects for the same reasons. Well, yeah. Did you love insects because you found them fascinating and you wanted to study them and protect them and become a specialist in identifying them? Or did you just get sick pleasure out of squashing them, like some kids I knew? Because those are two very different types of people. And the second kind outnumbered the first when I was at school. Right, now, so here we need to actually lift it up again. Maybe a third type, okay. Right, is this gonna lift? This still isn't gonna lift high enough, is it? Okay, we might need to have a third lifter, given how long it took me to get this one right. So I can do that, can't I? Can I do this? Just trying to make sure I understand how this works. Okay, that works. Right, okay, that's slightly simpler than what I was doing then. You just need a lifter, one of these, and then a conveyor. You just need to get everything in the right place. I suppose what I could do is wait for a second one to come along and lift it up. That does also work. But yeah, I'd need a button here somewhere to actually trigger pushing it over. You find their weird powers very interesting. I won't deny insects do some very weird things. You certainly have that right. Okay, that is actually there. Is when it gets high enough to actually be moved across. Okay, there we go. Let's just, for now, we'll just wait for 2 to show up, and then that pushes that there. Yeah, okay. And I can pick it up from the engine again. And then bring it into here. Have we actually finally got it where we need it? No. No, because I missed the conveyor belt. There we are. Ants are pretty amazing, I agree, Skanana. So I am not a specialist in insects, but obviously a lot of insects have symbiotic relationships with plants, so they are incredibly important to the ecosystem. How is this going to be lined up? This conveyor is the middle, so when it gets here, this conveyor is 1 over. Okay. So it's going to be here when it arrives. Let me actually put this conveyor in the middle. Like this. So we know where it's going to be positioned. And then we need to stick the front on. We need to stick the front on here. And the front consists of 2 of these orange things and 2 of these. How are we going to build that? Okay, well first of all these orange things are pointing the wrong way, so we better fix that. Let's stick 2 of them together. And then rotate it, I guess. No, we can't rotate it. We can't rotate it against a welder because it will get stuck. So we have to weld it first, and then rotate it. I think like that. Okay, does that do what we want? No, that's the wrong kind of rotator. It needs to go the other way. Bees are obviously up there. Yes, bees are also fascinating, Skanana. Bees are one of the most important insects to our ecosystem, and also one of the insects in the greatest decline at the moment. I'm talking specifically about the UK here, but I believe there are other countries where that's also the case. And yes, there has been a massive decline in bees in recent years, and everybody is highly encouraged to plant plants that bees like, in order to try to slow the decline that we're having. Okay. Sorry, rotating this is proving surprisingly difficult, but I think that does it. The problem with that is I haven't actually got space to get the other one out, but let's just see if this works. Okay, yeah, it does work. Then we need to stick the other ones on. The other ones are actually coming out too low. They're coming out at this level. So they'll come out and they'll be here. but they need to be at this level. So I actually need to use a lifter thingy with these. So let's do that. We need to lift them up at least 1 block, but it might be easier to lift them up 2 blocks, because then we can get them over this, and then that just solves a lot of problems at once. So no, that would be 1 block. This would be 2 blocks, like that. Then we need another machine exactly the same as this one, except do we need to rotate these? Yes, actually we also need to rotate these the same way. So we need another copy of this machine that we just made. So let's build one. Fortunately, because it's higher up, we can build it here, and they won't interfere with each other. Okay. Then we need to drop the top one onto the bottom one and stick them together, which we should be able to do here. With the aid of a welder. Let's see if that's working. No. Oh. The rotator didn't work because the wall is in the way. Great. Okay, we need to bring it 1 more block over because this wall is actually blocking it. So, like that. That and that, and just to make things easier, we'll bring the bottom one over 1 block as well, so that they're still lined up with each other when we stick them together. Yeah, this so I've been doing this level for almost an hour already now, and we're still not done. So difficulty definitely ramping up. I wonder how many more streams we'll need to finish this game. Saganana says, honestly, pond skaters, they captured your imagination as a kid. Yeah, so they are cool. They rely on surface tension to sit on top of water without sinking into it, which is very, very cool. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is actually get these 2 blocks to drop down on top of each other. And that's not happening because the top one is getting there first. It's only just getting there first by 1 block. It is getting there first. So we need to delay this by 1 block by doing that. There we go. Okay, we have now made the front of the thing. Now we need to attach the front to the rest of it. So actually, yeah, it might be easier if we stop the main body here. So that we can attach the front here. And then we should just be able to take the whole thing to the exit and be done. What about you, Emma? Oh, so favourite insect. I'm not sure I have a specific favourite species of insect, but in terms of what variety, I would probably say bees. I have a lot of plants in my garden that attract bees. I like the big furry bumblebees. I love them. I have a big bed of geraniums in my garden, and my parents always had big bed of geraniums in their garden when I was younger. And I remember watching the bees buzzing around. And on a summer's day, if it was nice weather, there would always, at any given moment, be at least 1 or 2 bees bumbling around the geraniums. And it was very relaxing to listen to them. So that's what I think. And it looks like Ophelia agrees with me. Ophelia says bumblebees are amazing. Ophelia, of course, is also a fan of snails. Right, I just said that this was going to work, but I have no actual proof of that, so let's see what happens. Actually, yeah, the front is going to get here before the rest of it, because we were waiting so long to make the rest of it. So what's probably going to happen is we're going to have too many fronts. Yeah, okay. We need to add another delay. Well, bees are in your top 3. Yes, I think we've agreed that bees are good. Ophelia says, I love them all, just don't want to necessarily be close to every kind of insect. Yes, completely agree. I actually react extremely badly to mosquito bites or midge. We don't have proper mosquitoes in the UK, but midges and that type of biting insect I react very, very badly to. Like my entire arm will swell up, which you can imagine as a botanist is a bit of a problem. So yeah, I definitely don't want to be stung by anything. But yeah, bumblebees will not sting you if you're not hassling them. You know, if you leave them be, then they're fine. It's wasps you need to watch out for. Wasps are not nice. I hate wasps, and I hate mosquitoes. So yeah, I would like to be very, very far from biting insects. Ophelia says you're probably a fan of spiders. So I am a fan of spiders in that they catch they catch the insects I don't like, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm not one of those people who's like completely freaked out by spiders. Like, I don't want them crawling all over me, but I don't mind looking at them. But you know, if I see one in the house, I will remove it from the house. We'll take it outside. And I don't like the big ones. The big tarantulas, I don't like them. But you don't get them here. They're not in the wild anyway. I'm fine with the spiders that you get in the UK in the wild, which are mostly harmless. And of course important to the ecosystem once again. I don't think that's an insect, Skylana. Okay, have we actually timed all this properly now? Looks like we have. So the last piece of the puzzle is welding these two things together, which we can do with a welder above. And once again, we want to hang it from the ceiling, I guess. That's not hanging it from the ceiling. Ophelia says there are a few kinds I don't mind, and if they stay in the corner, I will give them a name and let them live with me. I can see that, Ophelia. Is that also how you feel about people? No, I don't mind if spiders catch the odd insect. The insect that causes me the most trouble in my house is cluster flies. I live quite near a farm, and so you get cluster flies in farm buildings, and so they spread and they come into your attic. So every winter my attic fills up with cluster flies, and I mean, I don't go in the attic, but then the flies die, and then whenever I go to open the hatch, all the dead flies fall out. It's not very nice. But if you live in in an urban area, you don't get those. It's only if you live near farm buildings. Because they hang around cows and that sort of thing. So they don't really belong in houses. It's just because we're nearby. Ophelia says, I'm still sad about one of your spider buddies from many years ago. We would study together. They were watching me while I was sitting at my desk. When they were gone, I was very sad. It was a special spider. I like how you say studying together, as if the spider was also studying. Let me guess. He wanted to be a web developer. I lived with you for 8 or 9 months or so. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't resist making the pun. Ophelia sort of set me up for that one. I just have the idea of Ophelia sitting there studying and a little spider with a tiny little book sat next to her. Taking notes. They're very efficient at taking notes because they can have a pen in each arm and they can take 4 sets of notes at once.
Quinass Wings has cheered 100 bits.
The text-to-speech just called you Quinass Wings? Ophelia says, well, I was studying to become an IT specialist, so only half the pun. True, Ophelia, true. To be honest, when I was getting my computer science degree, I could have done with a study friend who was small and easily portable. I didn't really get on with my classmates, so I was on my own most of the time. And I was living in university halls of residence, so I couldn't really keep my own spider. Skanana said, Emma, when did you find your passion for plants? So I started going to the county recorder where I live, who is a more senior person in the recording project than me, runs a program of evening walks where anybody can show up, and you go somewhere where there's it's not dangerous with traffic, and there's parking, and there's reasonably interesting plants, and they do their normal recording, but people can tag along and she'll explain what she's doing and identify plants for people. So it's like an introduction to botany. And this is a fairly local thing. I think I'm kind of fortunate. Well, no, there's only really about 4 or 5 really active botany recording projects certainly in England at the moment, possibly even in the UK. And I happen to live less than 2 miles from the county recorder who is doing one of these projects and who runs these groups. I almost certainly wouldn't have developed an interest otherwise. So I started going along to these in 2007 because I was lonely and I was trying to find something to do which involved people who would not judge me. And I didn't quite succeed in that. The average age of the people at these groups is quite old, so some of them are a little backwards, but in general they have accepted me as being trans, which is more than can be said for the general population. So ever since 2007 I have gone along to these more or less every week in the summer, as long as I'm not otherwise occupied. So I have been contributing to the recording project in some form for 17 years now, which is why I have the book with all the results in. In March of 2020, when the coronavirus pandemic hit, obviously those groups were cancelled, but I wanted to keep doing botany. So I started going out on my own and making my own records. I don't have any formal botany training, so before that point it was sort of felt I probably wasn't experienced enough to go out on my own. But you know, I because we had no choice during the pandemic, that's what I did, and I liked it a lot. It was one of the few activities I could actually do during lockdown because I was in the middle of a field miles from anyone else, so I clearly wasn't a hazard as far as coronavirus was concerned. And so I've since then, as well as going to these weekly groups, I have also been basically doing my own recording project. So the group operates in a particular area of North Somerset, and I've sort of made it my mission to record the rest of North Somerset, the bit that isn't currently being recorded by anyone else. So that's sort of how I got into it. In terms of being interested in plants, as in, oh, I like pretty flowers, that's just something I've always felt like. Since whenever I first saw a flower, I guess, however old I was at that point, I've always liked pretty flowers. But the more scientific side of it, that's how I became interested in it. I'm not that intelligent. Certainly, I'm not that experienced of a botanist. Certainly, I don't have any formal qualifications in botany. My formal qualifications are in IT, and my job is in IT. And you know, that's what pays the bills. Because although there are jobs in botany, obviously there's not many. So it's best that I have a stable income doing that, and then I can do things like streaming and botany, and not worry about whether I'm making any money off of them or not, because I'm realistic that I'm not. So yes, that would be my life advice to people. Get a desk job in IT. And then pursue your passion in your spare time, because that's the most stable way to do things. Unless your passion happens to pay exceptionally well. Because IT is not going anywhere. All these things about everybody's going to be replaced by AI. My job is not going to be replaced by AI. If AI takes over, my job is going to be programming the AIs. If robots take over like customer service jobs and stuff, then someone's got to program the robots. My job is not going anywhere. Anyway, sorry, we were playing a game, I think, at some point. I made this to weld that on. I think that's everything we need. All we need now is a conveyor so that this doesn't stop. I think we can just run this through, because I think this is in the right place. We might actually be done. Ophelia says, if you have spare time left and don't ruin your health too much, yes, you can do what you like on site. Well, yes, obviously. All this comes with the caveat that you are, if not healthy, at least able to manage your health conditions, and that you're not doing what I've been doing this past week and working stupid hours. Get an IT job that has a contract with fixed hours, or that at least pays overtime. Not that you want to be working overtime, but at least when the overtime is paid, your employer will at least think twice before asking you to work it, because they'll be thinking, hang on, how much is this costing us? Whereas if it's unpaid, then they'll just make you do it. Skanana says, I think I want to wander in the Highlands. You tell me about old wildflowers. And as Tibago says, yeah, so the Highlands aren't actually that diverse botanically. There's a lot of thistles, a lot of heather, a lot of conifers, a lot of conifer plantations, but also wild Scots pines. Ophelia says, I prefer to convert the hours into 3 hours. Yes, I mean that's true. I consider the hours that I spend doing botany to be 3 hours. I consider that to be free time because that is what I do with my time given the choice. I enjoy being outside in the fresh air and having a walk and getting some exercise and looking at plants. So, yes, I agree with converting the hours into 3 hours. But then I do use those hours for something. I mean, I would even consider the hours I spend streaming to be 3 hours, to be honest, because at the end of the day, I'm just talking to chat and playing video games. Yes, we were talking about work. Yes, so yeah, if you have an employer who is willing to offer you time off in lieu in exchange for overtime, then that can be a good idea. Mine doesn't, and I've never actually met one that does, but that could well be a cultural thing. It might be different in other countries, and obviously Ophelia is not in the UK, Ophelia is in Germany. But yes, avoiding overtime and getting as many free hours as possible are definitely priorities for any job. I completely agree with that. Okay, I think we've actually built a machine that works, believe it or not. Assuming it keeps working. Yep, so we're producing these fronts using this mechanism over here. And all the way back here, if you can remember that long ago, we built this thing to produce the back. And then we stick the engines on there. I mean, it wasn't entirely accidental. It was more an hour and a half of careful planning, but yes, it works. Ophelia says, no one call those things work. We are more concerned you might not be able to do them because you are working too much and sleeping too little. I mean, I am definitely getting enough sleep, even if it's not at the right times. It is only a temporary thing. So I've been in my current job for 12 years now, and the nature of the work, which I can't talk about too much, is that the last 2 weeks of February and the first week of March are incredibly busy every year. And for those 3 weeks, I have to work incredibly long hours. But it is just those 3 weeks. Outside of that time, it's only really 35-ish hours a week, which is pretty reasonable. Ophelia says, you mentioned the other day you would get very little sleep in general. So, what I struggle with is getting sleep at the right times. Often I... okay, text-to-speech started to say something then and didn't. Hello Piper, welcome in. And thank you so much for subscribing for a 4th month. Your support is very, very valuable, Piper. Yes, what can quite often happen, Ophelia, is I have trouble getting to sleep at night. So it's like 3 a.m. and I'm lying awake. And I have to be up the next day for work. And then I end up like having a nap in the evening or even at lunchtime sometimes. And I think I get enough sleep overall, it's just not regular. So it is something I need to work on. But in general, I think I'm doing all right. I was a lot worse when I was younger. When I was younger, I had an eating disorder, and I was very, very underweight. And I actually don't. This is the weird thing about me. I actually don't feel hunger. Like I don't have an appetite. So if I only eat when I'm hungry, I don't get enough food. As I discovered the hard way when I was at university. So I have to make myself eat regularly and tell myself this is the amount of food the person needs and eat it, because otherwise my body won't be telling me that. Since then, I've managed to stay in control of my weight quite well. And yeah, I have managed to come up with a decent work-life balance overall, I think. It is only these sort of 3-4 weeks a year that are really, really busy for me. Outside of that, I don't earn very much. I only make like an average salary for the UK, but I don't have a long commute. I get to go out in the evenings and look at flowers. And I don't have children. I don't have dependents, so I get to save the money. And then I get to spend it on cool things like streaming equipment and stuff. So I think I'm doing all right. I have problems, I have autism and I probably have ADHD, but I've never been diagnosed. And I'm transgender, which is just a whole massive giant lump of problems in and of itself. But considering all that, I think I'm doing all right for myself. It took me far too long to get here. It took me till my mid-30s to get here, but I'm here now. Right, sorry, people were saying things. Skanana says I'm a secret agent. I am not a secret agent. If it looks like I'm skulking around somewhere, I'm actually just looking for interesting plants. I'm not a secret agent, I promise. Ophelia says superhero at night. Yeah, no, you see, this is the thing. I don't like being awake at night because I can't use the time for things like botany. Botany requires daylight in order to see the plants. So I would like to be awake in the daylight hours and asleep at night, definitely. Okay, people are suggesting I need to wear a cape, like some sort of botany superhero, I guess. Like I've been saying, every time anyone suggests a funny outfit. As a trans person, I dress very plainly in public in order to not draw attention to myself. I don't think a cape and plate armour would be conducive to that. Plate armour would also not make you stealthy. Very good point, Ophelia. Very, very good point. Ophelia says we were only wondering what you would do at night. Usually lie awake, occasionally looking at streamers on my phone and trying to get back to sleep is what I usually do at night. No one suggested you wear something. I think some people did suggest I wear things. I think Skanana asked why I wasn't wearing a cape. And to get the Tibago reference, you have to have been in the Discord. I won't go too much into Tibago's personal tastes, but he does like women in armour, I think. And he's been trying to spin the benefits of it to an unconvinced Emma. Reading a book about plants. Okay. Sorry. And Ophelia, we are just having a casual conversation. It doesn't matter if I misunderstand things. Ophelia says, I'm also really trying to unwind and will step away from this now. Yeah, Ophelia, we are not having an argument, we're just having a casual conversation. So there is no reason for any of that. But yes, if you are trying to unwind, then sleep well and enjoy the rest of your weekend. As I say, tomorrow will be my birthday stream. Not that I particularly have anything planned for it. LT Bago 39 minutes ago did redeem a read from Botany book, but I wanted to finish the level first before we did that. I have now finished the level. Looks like I'm pretty much average in every regard. I'm sorry to hear that it's exhausted you. I apologize if we touched on any topics that you didn't want, Ophelia. I just thought we were having a casual conversation. You might want to stick around for the Botany redeem, but if not, then, as I say, hope you have a good evening and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Piper is also heading to bed. Sorry, I really need to go to bed. Eyes are nearly closed. I just looked at the... Matcha says I just looked at the stream title. Well, yes. That has very much been the sentiment of my playthrough of this game. We have these aliens who are smart enough to build spaceships, discover interstellar travel, come to Earth, enslave the human race, build all these cities and put them to work building factories for them. But they could probably just figure out the factories themselves, you would have thought. Tibago says your Botany book redeem was funnier at the time. Sorry, Tibago. I don't like to do a redeem in the middle of a puzzle because I feel like I'll forget what I'm doing with the puzzle before I but by the time I finish the redeem. If you would like me to refund you and do a different one, then we can. But I'm happy to do whichever one you want. Piper says, yes, I think it's better for me. I'll have an eye opening for the next stream earlier. Yeah, my Saturday streams are half an hour later than the others. To be honest, I don't think they need to be. It's a holdover from when it was a Scrabble stream and I wanted to try and get the American audience, who are obviously in a lot later. I might change that. Yeah, I'll change that. Starting from next week, I'll start all my streams at 8. I'll update the schedule and put a notice in the Discord. I think that might be for the best. Then we can all people can catch more of the stream, and people can get to bed earlier on a Saturday. I didn't mind so much going late because it's Sunday, and Sunday is a bit of a rest for me the next day. But that's not necessarily the case for all my viewers, and I should bear that in mind. So, yeah, apologies if I somehow upset Ophelia. I'm not sure how I managed that. I just thought we were having a casual conversation, and I was talking about my job and my life and plants. So I don't know where the misunderstanding occurred. Tibago says, you'll see when you see the redeem, it was when you mentioned carnivorous plants. I'll pick another when you're ready. Oh, right, so you redeemed a carnivorous plant, did you? We don't have any native in the UK, so it's probably not in my book. So, yeah, in that case, I'll refund your points. There we go. Yeah, we usually do the botany after 2 hours. This is close enough. Although actually, we've reached performance review. I'll do this first. I'll do the performance review, and then we'll do the botany redeem. Wonder what we'll get this time. Get down. Ooh. Well, now what?
Hey, stay with me. Good.
Are they healthy?
Yes.
Like an ox, as you say.
I said that once!
They're shooting at us!
Of course they are.
Maneuvering out of strike zone.
Hey, stay with us.
Going.
Come on. Come on.
Gone.
This is not our cell.
Hello, new human. Would you like to touch fingers? How do you say it? Shake hands? I am called Miruvo. I act as a cultural liaison and linguist.
Dave.
Hey, welcome to the barracks. I'm Dave, the operations engineer. The Toads brought us here using something called a skip drive. It allows them to travel at faster than light speeds. Don't know where they got it, but they definitely didn't make it themselves. There's no way back to Earth, so we're all stuck here. For now. You know, there was a non-zero chance that the bomb could have killed you. Sometimes it's easy for things to go sideways. Well, anyway, glad you're here. Hey, man, hey, you? Sorry, can't be making assumptions like that. If you're looking for grub, check out the canteen. I like the fish cake. At least I think it's fish cake. I'm pretty sure it's fish cake. Just tell yourself it's fish cake. Hey, welcome to the barracks. I'm Dave, the operations engineer.
So, it appears that these people are rebels against their alien captors and have decided to blow up the prison I was being held in and bring me here, almost killing me in the process. And we have a whole new set of puzzles to solve. So, yeah, we have completed all 6 worlds of the Overlord campaign, but this is the Resistance campaign. And, yeah, looks like we're going to have some new blocks and a whole load of new levels. So, yeah, this game is certainly far from over. Why is that guy sat on the counter?
You're new. I'm Nia. I fight and beat stuff up. Sometimes I build things.
I don't know why they're sat on the counter, but there we go. We don't seem to have any food pellets anymore. But yeah, okay, so the game is certainly not over yet. We have 3 more worlds to complete. Let's do the Botany Redeem next. So, T-Bago, did you still want the thing that you redeemed before? Or did you want a different one? I don't mind which one we do. While you're deciding, I'll get the books.
LT Bago just redeemed move face.
Oh, you can't read it. Oh, sorry, I put a limit. No, I need to take that limit off. Actually, I will do that. Oh, naval work. Yes, that would be a nice one. Hello, Ren. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for redeeming a Heath Milkwort as your daily flower. Good to hear that Dudley and you are here lurking. Let's see if we can find naval work. And hello, Dudley. Hope you're also having a nice weekend. Right, let's see if I can find... It's in the other book. Let's see if I can find a picture. Let me also turn the volume down a bit on this music, actually. If it's going to let me do that. There we go. So naval wort, so called because it looks a bit like your belly button, at least the leaves do, not so much the flowers. Likes to grow on limestone walls, so there's a lot of it around where I live, where there are lots of dry stone walls made of limestone. See if I can find a good picture that also shows the flowers. Yeah, there's a lot of pictures that are just leaves and a lot of pictures that are just flowers. So what I'll do is I'll get one of each next to each other. So, please image, that image, and then that image. And then if I switch to full screen, please. There we go. So on the left you have the leaves of navel wort, and on the right you have the flowers of navel wort. And yeah, apparently the left one is supposed to look like your navel. A perennial herb of coastal cliffs, walls, roofs, rock crevices, quarry faces, sandy cliffs, and on stony hedge banks, mainly on damp, shaded, acidic substrates. They were occasionally found on limestone. Quite commonly found on limestone here. In Cornwall, it has even been recorded growing on the boughs of large trees. The distribution shows little change since the 1960s, although there appears to be a slight expansion of the native range in northern and central England since 2000. Applying status to new localities of this areas has at times been problematic, and some areas mapped as alien may instead represent natural spread, which could have been facilitated by climate change. It is known as an introduction in eastern England. There are many more records for Ireland this century as a result of more intensive recording. Okay, so we were actually talking about this the other day when Alice was here. This is another one where we are uncertain of the native range. It is known to be native to southwest England and Wales and Ireland. And it is thought to be non-native to eastern and northern England and Scotland. With the few plants found there being introductions. However, as a result of climate change, it is migrating northwards as the northern areas are becoming warmer, and it's more suited to this. This is primarily a Mediterranean plant, so you'll find it on walls in southern Europe. So it doesn't do well in cold climates. So as the climate warms, it will move further northwards. Meaning that, yeah, as the book says, its native range may be expanding because it's spreading north by itself, not directly due to human activity. Obviously, indirectly due to climate change, but it's not being introduced by humans. So I will show you a distribution map of that plant. It's nice to have some relatively good news. A plant that's not declining anywhere or having its habitat particularly threatened. So that's nice. Let's get the distribution maps up. So as the book mentioned, it does grow on limestone walls, meaning that this is a plant that I have made records of in the past. Here is the distribution, so you can see concentrated in the southwest of England, Wales and Ireland, as well as the Isle of Man, which wasn't mentioned in the book, but it's certainly all over there. But yes, I think the darker records in this map are more recent, so I think the question is whether the more recent records that have been made sort of in these areas are indicative of natural spread or not. Certainly it's been in Somerset for a long time, and there's a big band of areas of it around. It's interesting, it's not on top of the Mendips, it's round the edges of the Mendips. So if I get the drawing tool up and draw roughly where the Mendip Hills are, they're like here. So it grows on the sides of the Mendips, not on top, because that's where you've got rocky outcrops, and also where you've got more farmland and with dry stone walls and populated places that might have it. So that's an interesting distribution. And yes, some of those records are mine. It's certainly not as widespread in Somerset as it is in Cornwall, where it's found pretty much everywhere. So I notice on the Channel Islands, so again, it's more suited to being further south. So Cornwall, Isles of Scilly, Channel Islands, where it's warm, that's going to be the part of the UK that it likes the most. And we don't have distribution maps for Southern Europe, but if we did, then they'd be down there. Plenty of it down there. Tibago says, the leaves are very tasty, kind of taste like pea pods, but they're a great substitute for cucumber slices for people who dislike cucumber. Interesting, I did not know that, Tibago, so thank you for sharing. As before, a caveat that I don't recommend anybody eat any wild plant unless they're certain of what it is, but apparently it's very tasty. So, thank you, Tibago, for redeeming that. I will put the botany books back. So we are right around 2 hours now. About halfway through. I think I'll be able to do a full 4-hour stream today. We shall resume Infinifactory. Okay, so the original Redeem was not in fact a plant. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, T-Bagger.
LT Bago just redeemed drink water for 100 points. LT Bago just redeemed stretch for 100 points.
Well, at least it got through the entire redeem that time. Okay, let's do that first then. Thank you, T-Bagger. Yes, the text-to-speech does seem to struggle with pronouncing the word stretch, which might be a slight problem, since that happens pretty much every stream. And your name, yes, well, I don't mind that so much. I don't mind if it says people's names in a funny way. It says LT Bago. Yeah, I assume behind the scenes they're all using the same engine to pronounce things, it's just different voices on top. Oh. Oops. Sorry, my chair gets caught sometimes. Anyway, so yeah, a bit of a turnaround this game. We are not the only surviving humans. We have this rebel group who have managed to escape the clutches of the aliens. I wonder what we're going to be building then. My frame rate is terrible. Hang on, I need to go back into game capture. Frame rate? Okay, frame rate is somewhat back. T-Bago says, I stretched too far and my headphones fell off. I'm sorry to hear that, T-Bago, but also I'm glad to hear that you are stretching. Yes, stretching and proper hydration are for everybody, not just streamers. So, whenever you hear that redemption go off, that is a signal to you that you should be doing it too. Right. Looks like we have a mission briefing from our friend Dave here. Let me turn the sound back up. so we can hear the mission briefing.
Hey, I could really use your help testing out something new I made. It's a long-range teleportation device. Why you? Well, you seem to know your way around a factory, and it's time to earn your food pellets! Haha!
Okay, teleportation. Okay, not so much hydration with alcohol. Fair enough. Well, do make sure to stay properly hydrated. That is important. It looks like we might be getting teleporters now, which is intriguing. Talk to Dave.
Here it is, the teleporter, for lack of a better term. You send an object in one side and it drops out the other. If the object is attached to something, it will automatically be detached as it goes through. Conceptually, it's straightforward. Technically, don't ask.
Interesting. So I wonder if this is something that the human rebels have come up with themselves, or if it's technology they stole off the aliens. So yeah, this is our output. We need to make this thing, but we don't have any inputs. But we do have use teleporter. Okay, and that's going to take us to here, where we have the thing. Now, it's not on the right level for the teleport, so the first thing we need to do is actually put it at the right level. Oh, it's reset our hotbar as well. I would like all of these things. I need that. I guess that's all we need. What happens if we just like run it up to here and then send it into the teleporter? What happens? Oh, he did say, yes. Okay, so if an item is attached when it's teleported, it's automatically detached. Yeah, so things get unwelded. Oh, that's interesting, because before we didn't have a way to do that. When we were deconstructing trees and whales and stuff, we had to eviscerate parts of them in order to unweld them. But this is actually putting blocks through one at a time, which is very cool. We do actually need to get them to the exit though. And it looks like the exit requires them to be welded still, so that's easy to solve. We just weld them back together again. Welder. Okay, so this is just an introductory puzzle for the new game mechanic, which makes it fairly easy. But I'm sure the difficulty will ramp up again soon. Okay, and people did manage to get that faster. I suppose, yeah, this is an easy one to put up the input rate on, so let's do that and see what happens. So we get the blocks. Looks like the same speed to me. That might not have made a difference. Oh, okay, it saved us exactly one cycle. I'll take that as my solution then. So, inverted. I didn't see that. Okay, we've actually unlocked 2 new blocks. The teleporter, for lack of a better term, instantly moves a single block from one location to another. If the block is attached to other blocks, it will be automatically detached in the process. It is loosely based on skip drive technology, which isn't well understood by the Resistance or the Overlords. Yeah, so Dave alluded to that earlier. It seems like the aliens have stolen their interstellar travel technology off of some other alien civilization, which perhaps explains why they need humans to build factories for them. They're not actually that technologically advanced. They've just stolen all of their technology from somewhere else. And then we have inverted conveyors. This conveyor has been extensively modified, allowing it to be installed upside down and to push blocks below it. Unlike standard conveyors, it will not explode violently when left in this orientation for an extended period of time. Okay. So apparently you can't just put a conveyor upside down normally. But now we can. That's good to know. Okay, that makes it easier. Whenever I make a lifting thing, I have to lift the thing up and then push it. Now I can just lift it and then convey it upside down. Okay, that actually makes it much easier to make lifting machines. So it looks like we've got a series of teleportation experiments now, presumably building up to some more challenging puzzles. Teleporter experiment 2. We get to speak to Dave again.
Sorry to put you in such a remote location. We just want to make sure that there aren't any incidents. Nia wasn't exactly comfortable with doing it in the hangar after my last experiment, so we're being cautious and putting some distance between you and us. Nothing personal. We like you. Really.
Sounds like they don't trust me very much. So, okay, now we need to build a 9x9 grid of these blocks. Again, we need to use teleporters. So I feel like we can just do that and it will automatically deconstruct this and send it through one block at a time. Oh, actually it won't. Because, yeah. It will float off into space. So I can perhaps solve that by putting a ceiling on this. Well, it sent some of the blocks. I would rather it sent all the blocks. Maybe if I put a wall here as well. No, that's not working. Do I need to drop it? I might just need to drop it down another level so that the whole thing goes under the teleporter. There we go. Yeah, this is what I was trying to do. So now all the blocks are being sent through. They're just dropping into this at the moment, so we can perhaps start building something here with them. Okay, that will give us a 9x9 block. We need to do some welding. Does that work? Yep, okay. That makes the 9x9. I'm starting to get the hang of how to use these things now. This is very much like what we did in the shuttle level to make the middle of the shuttle. Problem now is this is too low. So we do need to lift it up. This might be an opportunity to use our new friend, the upside down conveyor block. If we... actually, we can put them on here, can't we? Upside down conveyor. And we don't have to have... I think this means we don't have to have a pusher on, like, up here to move it. Like, it should just get conveyed, if I'm understanding this correctly. Sorry, this is a bit of a dark level. I'm trying to find a camera angle where the chat will be able to see it clearly. But, yeah, I think this works. So yeah, it gets pushed up, it catches hold of this top conveyor and it gets moved along. It's quite nice. It's a simple level, but it does test several things we've had to do in previous levels, like this and this. I feel like this is probably one that we could speed up as well. Yeah, people have got it faster. Let me just try speeding it up and see if that makes a difference. Assume the blocks will still come through. Yeah, there we go. I can't actually tell if they're coming through faster or not. Okay, they are, yes. So that got us down to 181. People have gone even faster than that. Not sure how. I feel like we were getting maximum throughput from the teleporter there, but maybe there's another way around it. So let's continue to teleporter experiment 3. What does Dave have to say this time?
So, I should probably fill you in on this. We're going to use the teleporter to get into one of the Toad's research bunkers. They've been disassembling skip drives, trying to figure out how they work, but they weren't very careful. They've basically left a back door open, and I've figured out how to get us in there.
Ah, we're going to go and steal some technology from the aliens. That sounds very exciting. But until then, I guess we've got to solve some more puzzles. So this is not a goal. This is an output, right? Yes. Okay. So it's giving us white blocks, but we need red blocks. So how does that work? Oh. Okay. This is something a little different than what we've had before. So on one side of a teleporter, this is outputting white blocks and receiving red blocks, and this is receiving white blocks and outputting red blocks. So we need to send things both ways through the teleporter. I wonder how that's going to work then. Presumably if you just try to send things through both ways, it doesn't work. Let's see. No, actually it does work. The white ones are going in and the red ones are coming out. Yeah, that's working. Okay, that's cool. So we just need to grab the... I'm not sure how this is working, but I'm not going to question it too hard. We need to grab the red ones out of here, which we can do with the conveyor. And then, yeah, drop them down here. Then, once again, we need to stick them together, so we just need a welding thingy here. And then I guess we just need to reproduce the same thing on this side. And have it all magically work. Famous last words. So let's run this again, see if the red ones still come through. Okay, they do. Should weld together. Okay, that is working. How is it going on the other side? White ones are coming out, getting stuck together, going into here. Okay, looks like we are sort of building up a stack of unused blocks here, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think the machine will finish before that becomes an issue. Yes, okay. I am curious if this one can be sped up, or if this is going to break horribly by speeding up the machine. Well, that seems to have resulted in a much bigger tower of blocks here. Yes. The tower is so big we actually can't reach the top of it because the game says we're going too high. But the machine still works, so is that any faster? Okay, that was one cycle faster. Fine by me. So final one of, I guess, the sort of introductory puzzles for this area, and then we get to solve some real puzzles. Right, okay. Now we're building something more interesting. Alternating blocks.
This is the last test. When we're done here, we're going to slip into the bunker and take whatever they have. There's likely to be a lot of useful equipment. Your job is to get it all out of there, so you'll be coming with us. I probably should have mentioned that earlier.
Okay, so once again we're being given the thing we need to complete the level, but the restriction is we've got to take it through this teleporter that can only handle one block at a time. So the first challenge is just to get the whole thing into the teleporter. I think we just need to do that and every block should go in. No, I was wrong. Okay, we need to have something here to stop it being pushed off the side. Right. Almost. I think we need to have a block here as well. Actually, possibly... Yeah, if we just build conveyors like this to sort of... every conveyor is pointing inwards, so no matter where the blocks are, they'll get fed into the... there we go. Yeah, so everything's got fed into the conveyor now. And then they'll come out here. But they'll come out in a line, and we need to make a grid of them. So that's the next challenge. So do they come out in alternating colour order? They do. Yeah, they come out in alternating colours. So I think it's actually quite simple to recreate this. What we would need to do is... Oops. I think just something like this. Because... Oh. No. Oh, yeah, and weld them as well. Let's use the top welder. I place welders like this. Then we need to attach them to something. Oh, no, that doesn't work. This maybe. Yeah, there we go. Right, yeah, so that's made the thing that we want. So yeah, as long as we get them to come through, the order they come through is not the order we're reassembling them in. because we're doing it like this row and then this row and then this row, whereas we're disassembling it like that row and then that row backwards. But because that row is symmetrical, it doesn't actually matter. We can reassemble it this way in this order, and it's the same colours. Okay. So then we just need to bring it here. Should be done. So yeah, another fairly simple level. Just this one welder needed. Just to, I guess, to make sure we understand the teleportation concept. Hello there.
Alhano1 just followed.
Alhano1, thank you for the follow. And sorry, I'm still working on my alerts. I didn't mean to enable text-to-speech, but for some reason I did. That's why I paused to wait for the text-to-speech to go off. Why am I not following you yet? Well, you are now. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. And thank you very much for the follow. Yes, I'm here every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting around 8 PM UK time, playing cozy puzzle games. And this is my Infinifactory playthrough, which is going quite well. We have completed the whole of the Overlord campaign, all 6 worlds. We're now on the Resistance campaign. And we have just done these teleporter tutorial puzzles, I guess they are. And we're now on to a proper puzzle in this campaign. Terrestrial Surveyor. The last puzzle of the Overlord campaign took us about an hour and a half. So these puzzles, I suspect, are going to be hard. Maybe a couple more streams before we finish them. Okay, so now our friends have come with us. They are not willing to talk to us. This is Dave. You'd recognise Dave's posture anywhere.
This is it, your big moment.
So... Okay. So we've actually made this before. This is something we've manufactured in a previous level. But the trick is we've got this teleporter here. Right, yeah, and then this takes us... So the sort of... the backstory to this is that we've broken into the aliens' base and we're stealing their technology. So we need to get this tank thingy out of their base. But the tank is that size and we've only got this little block as a teleporter to get it out. So we have to chop it up into individual blocks and take the blocks through one at a time and then reassemble it. Yeah, looks like... our alien friends were dispatched by the rebels before we got here.
They didn't put up much of a fight. I almost feel bad about it.
Hey, I made these terminals for them. That was a previous level. Okay, I do love the references to previous levels in this game. I made those terminals for them. Is there anything else in here I made for them? Oh, this. Yeah, this is the from the meat processing plant from earlier. Okay, so although they've given us this big space to work with, all we're actually going to be doing here is feeding this into here one block at a time. What happens if we just sort of... Oops, if we just drop it in and use a similar arrangement... I think we want it to be 1 block lower than this. So will this just send all the blocks through for us? It will. Okay. That was that bit done then. The tricky bit is going to be rearranging these blocks into the right order when they come out. Again, we want to start by collecting them. So we've actually, yeah, this is the space we've got to work with to reassemble one of these. We probably want to start off higher up. It's easier to drop things down into place than to lift them up into place, because to drop them down you just need to use gravity, whereas to lift them up you need to use these lifters. So we'll have the things come out at this level, and the first blocks that come out are going to be the 4... Is it all 4 of the middle blocks that come out first? No. Okay, so 3 of them, and then the top, then the 4th body section, and then the 3 treads from one side, and then the 3 from the other side. Okay. Can we work with that? Probably. What if we just make one of these like 9 blocks long, and then, oh, it's more than 9. No, sorry, it's 10 blocks, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 blocks. Okay, 11 blocks long. Have a button on the end, so we know when we've got one full machine's worth, and then we can start breaking it up into bits. So this is going to be the lower part of the body. This is going to be the top. This is going to be the last block of the body. This is going to be one of the tracks, and then this is going to be the other track. Once we've got those different parts, it's just a case of assembling those parts together, which we've already done in this game, so we should be able to manage it again. We do need this to join all these things together. Let's just check that I've got everything grouped correctly. Yes, okay. So actually, with a bit of if I put some of these here, we can immediately weld that track together. Need to work around it with these cables, because we also want some here. Also, these 3 need to be welded together. Then we need to pick somewhere where we're going to actually assemble the finished product, which should be in line with the exit. So let's call it there. We need to bring the 2 tracks over, put them in place. So one of them goes there. One of them goes here. The middle part which comes out here needs to go in the middle, which is there. And then, right, which of these two is the top piece and which is the other bit? I can't remember. Okay. This one needs to go next. So I think the way I've arranged this, I've got space here and the other bits can come underneath. This needs to go... Actually, they both need to go in the same place, but we need to get the order of them right. So that needs to go in, and then this needs to go on top. So this needs to get there last, so we need to delay it. Which is awkward, because we don't have a good way to delay it. Actually, I can drop this down. If I drop that down, then we can delay this by just sending it back and forth up here. Like that. Okay. Now this won't actually be welded together properly, but it should get all the components into the correct positions at least. So the middle goes in, the top goes on, and then the two tracks go on. Yeah, like that. Okay. Is it facing the right way? Yes, the top is facing this way, which is what we want. So I think that's the only part that could be facing the wrong way. Then we need to weld the whole thing. Right, this is where it gets tricky. Because I can weld the track on this side by doing that. And I can weld top by doing that. But how do I weld this block? In fact, how do I weld the track? Yeah, this block here needs to be a welder. I think we can send that way. How does that look? Is that everything welded together? Let's find out. Let's just output it and see what happens. Ah, no, okay. Yeah, we've done the base, but the top isn't connected to the base. I don't think it's actually possible to build this all at once. It's not how we built it before. We put the tracks on later. I think that's what we'll have to do again. Because we need to get a welder into this bottom piece. Okay. We can actually still put one of the tracks on, and then we have to attach the other track after we've welded it. Let's see if I can, just to avoid having to rebuild as much of this as possible. If we put a welder here, yeah, see how the light comes out of it? So it's connected up to the other welders. Meaning that this block will now be attached. So that's the inside block that you can't see in this design, like below this block. That's going to be attached to the other blocks. Then we can pull it out here, but then we need to slap this other track on at the end. So let's bring it to there, have it stop, and then have it only continue when this track has been attached. Then we just need a welder to connect those two tracks, which can be done like... actually, how can that be done? We can't weld it from the back because it's got to come in that way. Yeah, this is somehow much harder than the original level where we built this thing. It's interesting. If I run it now... Yeah, we get this much of it, and then we just need to stick this track on afterwards. But the trick is we can't have a welder here because then the thing wouldn't fit. I think what we'll have to do is have it built at a different angle, if that makes sense. So if we we'll need to bring it in from the side and then send it out from the side, so it's going to take a slightly more circuitous route to get to the output, but that's okay. What we'll do is bring it this way. Have this come out even further. Yeah, because then we can have a welder here. And then, yeah, it's not taking a straight line to the exit, but we get it there. I think this works. This needs to be here, actually. That needs to be there. That needs to be there. Okay, have I done this right? Let's find out. So again, it's going to make everything except that last track in one piece. Then this is going to come here and stop, and we need the track to come in. The track needs to come in one block further up. Track comes in here, and then the whole thing can get output. That way, because this is coming in from one side and this is coming in from the other side, nothing actually needs to come from the back, which means we can put a welder at the back. If it was coming straight out of here, we wouldn't be able to have a welder at the back because it would have to come through there. So we've made the whole thing. We have to sort of shove it in the side of the output machine. But that was accepted. So I think we have a working solution. So yeah, it's leading us into these puzzles gently, I think, by giving us a machine we've built before, but giving us the ingredients in a very different way. Requiring us to build all of this. So none of this was necessary in my original design for this tank, because the materials were already separated onto their own conveyors. They didn't have to be split up like this. So this is actually more complicated than the original design. Okay. Once again, we are more or less average. I think in order to get good scores on footprint and block score, you kind of have to design your solution around that. Like, I'm not making any particular effort to optimize those. And to improve cycle score, you have to design a solution that works with a higher input rate. As usual, I can try turning up the input rate and seeing what happens. But I think the limiting factor is how fast things can go through this teleporter. Yeah, the input rate can go up to plus 18 and then up to max. And I believe max literally means that it outputs these things like with no space between them. And I'm pretty sure that's going to break the machine because it won't be able to output everything. Oh no, it can output everything. Okay, I'm surprised that still works. Okay, so this is with max input rate. Does it still function? As I say, the speed of this... Okay, it does still function, yeah. The speed of this solution is pretty much always going to be limited by the speed of the teleporter, which can only do one block at a time. So you can't give it... you can't give the rest of the machine blocks faster than that. Okay, yeah, 203. So I'm not the best solution, but close to the best solution. I saw that there's this little block down here. I suspect that there are solutions that don't involve shifting it to one side and down and back again, which would save like 2 cycles. So that's probably why. LT Bago asks, is there a category for how fast you can build it while holding a shark? There is not. No, there's only cycles, footprints and blocks. But it sounds like I might be doing it anyway.
LT Bago just redeemed Blowhive.
I don't. Why does it pause for so long before saying it as well? It's like the alert goes off and then there's a pause before it actually does the... I'm still getting... I know I've been streaming for like 6 months, but I'm still getting to grips with Twitch alerts, to be honest with you. Blowhigh is back. Hello. Once again, Blowhigh. Good to have you here. What, the text-to-speech person is slacking, you reckon, Matcha? Okay. Okay, so we still have these guards standing around. Oops, I nearly fell off. That looks like Dave.
It'd be nice to have some of those anti-missile satellites, since someone, I'm not going to mention any names, built so many missiles for the Toads.
Okay, in case anyone didn't hear that, he said we've got to build these anti-missile things because someone built a ton of missiles for the Toads. Yeah, that would have been me. In my defense, they ordered me to, otherwise I wouldn't get any food, so I sort of had to. Okay, so this is what we're given. Which is quite a complicated build, but we also have the constraint of having to get it through this teleporter. And I assume that what we're outputting is the same machine? Yes, looks like it is. Okay. So I think this solution is going to look similar to the previous solution. In that we'll just be shoving everything into the teleporter and then trying to reassemble it afterwards, because that seems to work pretty well. So, although we're not making any use of this assembly space they've given us, it does seem to be the most effective way to do it. So, what was the pattern again? I just had conveyors going in like this, didn't I? Okay, first of all, let's test if this is sufficient to input the whole device into the teleporter. Looks like it is. Okay, good start. We need to remove the pieces from the teleporter. Now, how many pieces does this have? I think it's bigger than the other one. So 5 on each side, and then 6, 7, 8... no, 5 on each side is 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, 16 pieces. So this build is bigger than the previous one, and it's not something we've made before. So definitely more complicated this time. We need to output that much stuff, which really doesn't give us much space to do the assembly. I suppose we can do the assembly off to one side and then shove it in at the last moment. Might be what we have to do. So we'd be wanting a button here to trigger everything, assuming we build it the same as last time. I love how these guys are just casually standing around, not helping or anything. Guys, if you feel like helping at any point, you're free to do so. Right, what order do we get the blocks? Okay. So the first 6 blocks we get are going to be for the middle. And we get one of those, then 2 of those, then 2 of those, then 1 of those, which is an interesting order to get them in. Then we get a white one from the side, so 1 of those. Then we get 3 of the side pieces, then we get another 2 of those, and then 3 and then 1. Okay. Yeah, it's coming out in a funny order. I think it might be easiest to just work with this order than try and make this into something more sophisticated. So that's what we'll do. So, oops. This block, and this block are going to be this thing, and this block, oops. This block, and this block are going to be these. And I'm going to have to stack both of those things into a stack of 3 and then weld them together, which doesn't seem too difficult. So let's maybe we'll build this part first and then come back and do the other parts. So oops. Connect all these up. Is the air breathable, says Matcha? I would assume not, because we're floating in outer space, but that's why we've got these spacesuits on. And presumably they have some sort of inbuilt air supply, because I don't see one anywhere. We've also brought these lights with us somehow. Anyway. We do that. Just thinking how we can make a stack of 3 and also weld them all. Like that. And then have an upside down conveyor to release it. Perhaps. See if that works. Hello, Burton, welcome in. Emma, I found out something in the last 2 minutes. It's not good at all, but I promise I can fix it in 1 click. Well, that's very cryptic, Burton. Welcome into the stream. I hope you're having a good weekend. would you care to elaborate on what's wrong and what you intend to do to fix it? Because I feel like I have inadequate information needed to make that decision. I mean, if the decision is should I click on the subscribe button, then my answer is yes. If the decision is should I ban Gertchie from my channel, then the answer is no. As I say, I'm suffering from incomplete information here. Yes, I didn't think it would be. Okay, well, I'll say yes, because otherwise this whole thing was pointless and we don't get to find out. The answer is yes. Right, let's see what the text-to-speech makes of your name.
Burton TTV just followed.
Okay, no, it got that one right. Thank you very much, Burton, for following. Yes, I obviously haven't shouted you out before, which I really should. Burton is a streamer who I discovered through Shelley, who I've been raiding and shouting out a lot recently. So Burton is one of Shelley's regulars and also streams. And there we go. There is a shout out. Just having a quick peek at if you've been doing anything apart from Zelda randomizer. Okay, yeah, so it looks like that is pretty much what you do. So yeah, Shelley obviously is currently playing a lot of Ocarina of Time randomizer. Burton, it looks like, has mostly been doing Majora's Mask randomizer. So obviously, if you are a fan of Zelda randomizers and have followed Shell for that reason, then Burton should be next on your list. I do have to do all of that. I always make sure if another streamer comes into my chat, then I make sure they get shouted out at least once. And if I like them, they'll get shouted out even more times. So yeah, okay. So you also do Ocarina of Time. So yeah, Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. Randomizer. Just to be clear, it's not just vanilla playthroughs of the game. It's a randomizer that randomizes where the items are. And the order you get them and so on, which not only makes the game harder but requires very, very intricate knowledge of the game, and in some cases glitch execution in order to actually complete the game with the randomized layout. Burton says, I'm a very competent glitch-heavy rando player without sounding big-headed. No, I absolutely agree you are, because I thought Shell was knowledgeable, but then you're the person that Shell turns to if she's stuck, so clearly you are also very knowledgeable. And yes, I would love to hang out in your stream more often. That's something I say to a lot of streamers, but there are only a certain number of hours in the day. Anyway, let us find out if our machine actually works. What we are hoping to do is stack 3 blocks together. And we have stacked 3 blocks together. Okay, so far so good. Now we need to do exactly the same thing but on the other side. So we're pretty much going to have a symmetrical device to this one. Which once again will need a stack of 3 welders and a upside down conveyor to remove the... It's tricky to see what way round. Oh, it's got an arrow on... I'm glad it's got this arrow on the top so I can see which way it's pointing. So that makes us these 2 parts. We can probably go ahead and stick those parts together as well. Let me actually swap this with a downward facing button, because that's going to buy us an extra bit of space here. If we go ahead and plonk this here and this here, we can actually stick these two parts together, I think. That, which gets us one step closer to completing this device. Let me... Actually, that's not going to work because the thing needs to come through there. The second welder will need to be there, like that. This looks physically impossible to have a beam that has a right angle in the middle, but apparently that's how welders work in this game. Debago, yeah, I only have so many eyes, says Debago. There's only so much time that I can spare to watch streamers, and I try to be fair and watch different streamers different times. Yeah, so we've now made the entire core of this thing, which is this here. Burton says we have open arms any amount of time, none or not is more than enough. I don't think none is more than enough, because that implies that enough is negative. Sorry, I really shouldn't be this sort of person, but I can't help it. Right, now we need to make these other bits, the side bits. And I've forgotten what order the blocks come out in. That order, okay. Does it matter what way these blocks are facing? I don't think it does. No, these are symmetrical. Okay. So... basically, we have like 4 of these blocks. These 4 blocks here are in the right arrangement, and so are these 4 blocks here. We just need to stick the 5th block on the back. So we just take this block, move it to the back. Take this block, move it to the back of this one. And then they're in the right order. Okay, it's not quite as bad as I thought. So... we take 4 of these and we can push them off into a welder, and we've immediately got that part done. Likewise, we can take these 4 blocks, push those off into a welder. Oops, not there. Then we just have to worry what to do with these other 2 blocks. We obviously have to push them off of here. So let's push this here and this one the other way. Okay, I think that's all arranged correctly. Burton says this game would make my brain turn inside out. It's making my brain turn inside out. So the backstory is we were captured by aliens and forced to solve a series of factory building puzzles in order to make items for the aliens, which we did. And then some fellow humans came and busted us out of our alien prison. And are now trying to rebel against the aliens by stealing their technology. Unfortunately, in order to steal that technology, I need to solve some more factory-based puzzle games, while these guys just stand around chatting and not helping at all. So, yeah, look at me doing all the work. Okay, so this is going to come in here, and we need to put this piece at the back of this. So how's that going to work? I can bring this to here, take this around, and then like pick it up. I think this will work. If we do this and this, and have welders hovering above here. Welders cannot hover, unfortunately, so we have to sort of attach them to the nearest convenient block. So actually more like that. I think this will reassemble the shape we need. Let's find out if that's even vaguely true. Hello Y2J, welcome in. I do hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for redeeming a biting stone crop as your third flower of the day. Now I will go ahead and do a shout out for Y2J_Twitch. I love when people put TTV or _Twitch in their Twitch usernames. Just in case you forget which platform you're on. Y2J Twitch. Y2J Twitch are currently attempting to beat one of the Pokemon games without using any moves on their Pokemon or any items. And they're also not allowed to do over-leveling. Which might sound hard, but they've made it all the way to the Elite Four. And that's going pretty well for them as well. So be sure to catch their next Pokemon stream for the thrilling conclusion of that challenge. They also have been doing a variety of other challenges, including beating the latest Zelda game without using a whole bunch of stuff. They beat Polybridge without using a bunch of materials that you need to beat Polybridge usually. They beat what was it, Hades? Without being able to see. They did a blindfolded run of that one. So all in all, very interesting content, very underrated channel. I encourage everybody to give them a follow. Meanwhile, Y2J, we are playing Infinifactory. We are having our mind boggled by this factory building game. Okay, I have successfully made this, which is 1/3 of this machine. I now need to repeat that charade on the other side, because it's currently just sat on the floor here, which is not what we want. So the trick was to bring one of these over, and then I think bring it to here? No, here. No, yeah, this stack of welders is going to get in the way. So we actually need to bring it all the way out to here. Bring this out past it, and then bring it back in just the right place to connect to this block. Because unfortunately the blocks are coming out of the teleporter in slightly the wrong order. And it's easier to fix them on their way out than to try and put them in a different order, I think. Because we can just do this, and then they're connected. At that point, we have... Yeah, so we have one arm of this coming down here. We have the other arm coming down here. And we have the middle in the middle. So we should have everything we need to assemble the final object. Let's try and assemble it in the right position to just shove it in there at the end. And we do need to think about how the welding is going to work, as usual. This can come in like that. This can come in like that. Sit onto there. Right. How does the welding... How are we going to do the welding? It's this middle one. As usual, it's going to be the issue. Yeah, I actually think we can't bring this in from the back. We might have to do the same trick as we did with the tank and build half of it and then bring it horizontally across and down and out. Because we're facing the exact same problem with the welding. So let's do that. Let's start by welding half of it and then weld the other half. So that's going to come in there like that. This needs to join to the very back so that it sticks forward. Oops. Yeah, objects will push you out of the way in this game. So that's going to drop down there. Can I actually weld that? I think I actually need to be able to get to the back of it, which means no is the answer. Okay, I'm going to rethink this. This is harder than the tank. I think they've obviously decided to put this level second because it's harder than the tank. Level 4772. Build a skyscraper, says Matcher. I mean, a skyscraper would actually be quite easy to build with a system like this because once you've built one floor, you can just like repeatedly build floors and weld them together. It sort of depends on how many bits the skyscraper comes in. Whether you actually have to build like lots and lots of individual bits from scratch or whether it sort of comes in pre-assembled chunks like the prison cell did. Right, I'm going to have to rethink this actually. Yeah. I'm going to switch this to a top welder so that it doesn't interfere with the rest of the assembly. I'm going to do it like that in order to save space. This one needs to be at the back. So like that. Oops. Next level. Then I think I can weld one of the arms here. I think that works. Actually, I might be able to weld it here, again to save space. Which means you need to be there. See how that's looking. Okay, so this comes out, sits there until this comes in. Okay, and then we need something to push this out, which can't be based on this part because this needs to sit here until it's ready. So we'll actually need to push the this arm out. So we'll need a conveyor there. We're actually, we're going to have to go through the output machine to this side, assemble the other arm, and then put it back into the output machine. But I think that's okay. As long as it doesn't go fully in, it doesn't count it as bad output. So that is actually allowable, I believe. I hope, anyway. So this can now move across here and be attached to the other one of these using a similar process, hopefully. Okay, no, we can't put welders there because there's not room. We can put welders here though. Bring it forward one block. Okay, how close is this? This is starting to get complicated, but I think we're close to the solution. So there's the central part. Here it is being merged with the first side. No it isn't. It's stopped one block short. That needs to be there. Okay. Now this welder here should assemble this arm. This should move forward, come across, reach this just as this reaches it, which it does. That should weld, and now we've got the finished product. Phew. Okay, now we just need to actually put it into the output device, which it almost is. Like, this is how much space they give you to build the machine, and I've literally used the entire available space. We have like 3 blocks to spare. So I think we can now just carry this across and in. Just put a thing here so it doesn't go too far. That should do it. Phew! It worked! Now, as long as it keeps working. I have had machines that made 1 or 2 objects and then broke horribly, but this one does actually... Yeah, so these... Obviously, these welders here are just sticking the 2 side pieces together. These stacks of 3 welders are sticking the middle together. And then this welder and this welder are sticking the side pieces to the middle. And I would like to do it all in one operation, but if you construct a series of welders that can weld this entire thing together, there's then... The welders are blocking it in, there's no way to get it out of that arrangement. So, to get around that, I stick the left side on and then move it over and stick the right side on in separate operations. Which gives me space to eject it afterwards. Anyway, let's speed this up till it's finished. I've actually managed faster than average speed on this solution, even though I didn't increase the input rate, which is nice. My solution was pretty average in terms of footprint and blocks. I do wonder whether everybody built it like this, i.e. did they make the part, because it gives you all this space before the teleport, and I'm not using any of it. So I wonder, did other people also make the teleport step really simple, and then this really complicated? Or did they do it the other way around, or did they do a mix of both? I am, as usual, curious if it still works when you increase the input rate, which can go all the way to plus 28 on this level. So, yeah, I don't know if plus 28 is going to be too fast. Plus 28 is too fast, I think, because it's overflowing. Yeah, okay. That's why they let you go all the way to plus 28. We've got to figure out what input rate the machine can actually handle. Let's try plus 10. We need to have successfully teleported one of these before the next one shows up. Okay, so we have a small window at plus 10. Let's try plus 14. Okay, yeah, plus 14 I think is the limit, because this one disappears right as the other one approaches. Does my machine still work at plus 14 input rate? Yes. Okay, I'm pleasantly surprised by that. Thought I was going to have to change things. So did that result in faster solution? Yes. Ah, look. Okay, this is the first time I've done a solution that's actually sort of good, I think, because it's right down here where not many people got. But let's continue. So, yeah, we have the last puzzle in World 1 of the Resistance campaign, which is the Big Blowout. What's this going to involve? Okay, so we're back here. We have stuff. Dave is always in this pose. He's always leaning against something casually.
So, just one last thing. You're gonna blow the place up. I didn't mention that before, but hey, at least you don't have to take everything apart this time, right?
Okay, so for those, I think what Dave said is a bit quiet and muffled compared to the game sound in general. So yeah, he's saying we don't have to take anything apart this time. We're just assembling something. So we've been given individual blocks to assemble, but we can't really just assemble it here because we've got to take it through this teleporter. We're going to do one block at a time. So I think we're finally going to be using this space. We're going to be assembling something in here. What we're going to be assembling is this, which does look, it could be a bomb of some sort. Not sure why we need 10, but we're going to be assembling 10 of them. So this consists of 16 of these black blocks, 4 of these white ones, and 2 of these middle ones with the orange thing. So that's the ratio of ingredients we'll be working with. And usually when you're given these things, they do output the ingredients in the correct ratio. So you see we're getting many more of the black blocks. The tricky part is we need to send them all through this one teleporter. These are actually too low to put through the teleporter. So the first thing we need to do is lift these up so that they're high enough. Building up a cube like Fez, says Matcha. That's true actually. This is probably the first time we're actually assembling a cube rather than some other shape. So the teleporter is 2 blocks up from where this is, so we need to lift these blocks by 2 blocks. So in order to facilitate that, no, that would just be 1 block. So yeah, I need to put something here with an upside down conveyor on it. That will lift it by 2 blocks, I think. Yes, okay. And we can do the exact same thing on this side to lift this by 2 blocks. And this is coming out too high, so we can just drop it down. So now everything's at the same height. It's just a case of, well, first of all getting it lined up. It's a case of timing when we want each thing to go into the teleporter. Because I could just run all these conveyors into each other, but I'm not sure how the timing works out if we do that. So let's see. Okay. Yeah, this is actually going to give us the wrong ratio of ingredients because the white cubes are getting stuck, so not enough of those are going to go in. So I think I'll actually try running 3 separate conveyors down to here. Oops. And then putting the ingredients in, because ingredients don't have to queue if they go in different sides of the teleporter, I think. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Right. So a complete output is going to be 2 of these, 4 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, and 16 of these. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so this is the point at which a new one starts. So as long as everything in here can get into the teleporter without being backed up, which it can. Okay, so at this point we've teleported one complete item, and the next item is starting. So yeah, it uses a lot of conveyors, but it works. Skanana says, Emma talking about logistics makes me feel safe. Well, thank you. I am assembling a bomb in order to blow up an alien base, in order to steal their technology. I'm not sure which part of that is making you feel safe, but I'm flattered nonetheless. So obviously we need to get the items out the teleporter. I think I'm just going to do another one of these things where I line everything up and then assemble it, because it's been working so far. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Yeah, 22. As long as there's space in here for 22 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Well, there is, yeah. So that gives us this much space to assemble the finished product, which is probably enough. So yeah. Let us just review what order the blocks are coming out in, because it is a bit of a mixed bag. But yeah, okay. So at that point, yeah, we now have one complete set of ingredients here. We need to build 2 of these things. So if we can come up with a machine to build one of them, then coming up with another machine to build the second one is just going to be a copy of that. So I think it might actually be better to divide the input in half. As in, we only have 11 blocks here, because the first 11 and the second 11 are copies of each other. So if we delete 11 of these, this has the advantage that we have more space to work with. We should still have 11 blocks here. That's 12, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay, there. Button here, and then the idea is with those ingredients we make either the bottom or the top. It's the same, so we make one of those, and then we also put 2 of these white things to one side for later. Let's temporarily hold up this button with something. Okay. So we should have 8 black blocks and 1 orange, which we do. Skanana says, I'm a goblin, blow up everyone but do it nicely. Fine, if you insist, Skanana, I will do it nicely, I promise. So the 2nd and 8th blocks are the ones we need to put to one side for later. So I'm going to push those off this way.
Izzy underscore the underscore
Izzy underscore the underscore penguin. Is there any way to configure text-to-speech to not say underscores? Hello, Lana. Welcome in. Look at that. We have Izzy the penguin and Lana the panda both here at the same time. Isn't that wonderful? My favourite penguin and my favourite panda. Thank you for redeeming drink water. You haven't found a text-to-speech that does that? It's annoying. I know for Dragon Girl I insist on saying Dragon Girl underscore 89 every time, but for other people I don't pronounce the underscores. I don't say Lana underscore the underscore panda either. Lana, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. You have an Angelica, and I have some water to drink. A reminder that proper hydration is for everybody, not just streamers. I am doing okay today, Lana. We are working our way through Infinifactory, a rather difficult, in its later stages, factory building puzzle game. But difficult games aside, I'm doing well. Thank you, by the way, Lana, for joining the Discord. If anyone else would like to join my Discord, there is a link. You can get stream notifications and hang out with fellow Emma enthusiasts. Hello, Yari. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming a creeping Zankful. And right, now you've put me in a difficult position. The Ari is here and Izzy the Penguin is here at the same time. And I have to decide which one is my favourite penguin. I've been telling Izzy that she's my favourite, and I've been telling Liari that she's my favourite. So now what do I do? Yes, of course you're equal favourites. I'm just teasing. This is all just gentle teasing. I am sorry. You are, of course, both awesome penguins. Thank you, both of you, for being here. Right, we were just... Yeah, these blocks I'm just going to stick over here and forget about for a moment. Oh, there's actually... I didn't realise that, but there's actually a step here. That's going to be potentially awkward. But yes, I'm going to leave these two blocks here and forget about them for the moment. And the other blocks I'm going to shove sideways and try and assemble into a ring with an orange bit in the middle. Which depends, how difficult that is depends on what order they come in, and I've already forgotten that. So we shall review that in just a moment. Tibago says you're waiting for Cass to show up, so I have to pick my favourite axolotl. Well, this is the thing, Tibago, you don't actually stream, so we don't get to see your axolotl VTuber. We only get to see Cass's. So at the moment I would have to say El Tibago is definitely my favourite mod, but Cass is my favourite axolotl because I actually get to see them as an axolotl. Oh, we need one more block. There we go. So We could just weld these three and weld these three, and then weld these three. Oh, I didn't put a pusher in. Yeah, that's going to be easiest, I think, if we just weld in groups of 3. We don't need this pillar anymore either, because we're actually holding this up. So I can immediately stick some welders in here and here. This is more awkward because there's a block in the way. So we have to bring this round in order to weld it. Like that. Once we've got those 3 pieces, we want one of them on the left, one of them on the right, and this one in the middle. So if we arrange for that one to drop down there, we can arrange for this one to drop down here. And this one needs to drop down here. Oops. And the whole finished product will be created here. No? Here. See if that works. Okay, yes, so this, what we have here is the first layer of this thing. The only slight complication is going to be welding the pieces. Actually, yes. Welding the pieces is going to be tricky. I think we can weld the... Yeah, we can put welders here and bring it out this way. I think that will work. So there's the welders. Which piece gets there last? Whichever piece gets there last is the one that needs to push all the others out. So it's this piece that gets here last. So we put a conveyor here. So the entire thing gets ejected from the assembly area once all the pieces have arrived. We can bring it underneath the rest of the machine by putting a conveyor here. And then another one here. The result should be we end up with it over here. Let's just check that works. Okay, yes. So now this should go ahead and make a second one. And now we have... Do we have 4? Yeah, we have 4 of these. So at that point we have enough ingredients to make the whole thing. We then need to actually arrange those pieces into this arrangement. This is obviously much too low at the moment. So I think the first thing we need to do is just lift it up. Let's check how far up we need to lift it, whether we can do it with one lifter. That's 3 blocks. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. I think one lifter can lift 3 blocks, so that's okay. So 1, 2, 3. When it gets here, we need to push it forward with a conveyor. Let's just attach the conveyor to the ceiling, because that's going to be the easiest way of doing it. Ah, okay. That's not actually far enough lifted. We are 1 block short. That's awkward. Okay, looks like we do need 2 lifters after all. Yeah, we can't really get away with... actually, maybe. Just wondering if we can move this whole thing up by 1. It would mean not assembling it under here. No, because this is dropping down into the middle, it actually does need to drop down at least 2 blocks, I think, in order for that to work. So let's eject it this way instead, and then I can lift it here and then move it forward. I just want to make sure I don't run out of space before the end. So we'll use this. They've given us all this space at the sides, so we'll use that as well. So this is going to come out to here, and we can lift it. I believe we can lift it that far. Whoops, I did not mean to delete that conveyor, sorry. Okay. The idea is I need to get it at least as high as the top one of these, because I can drop one back down again with gravity to make the bottom one, but at least one of them needs to be that high. So it's still 2 blocks short of where it needs to be. So once we get it up here, we need to have a second lifter propel it even higher. So let's lay this out so we can see where it's going to go. We need to go up another 2 blocks. So here. We've got a sort of lifter staircase here, bringing it up to the height that we need it at. There we go. Okay. So next we need the area where we're actually going to assemble this thing. And I guess we do it in the middle here. So let's just pick a spot and build something here to assemble it with. Yeah, that's the right height. So we can bring this in. Oops. Bring these in here. And then what we will need to do is time the machine in such a way that the first one comes in, and then between now and when the second one comes in, we drop all 4 of these into their appropriate locations, and then the second one can come in on top. And then we've made the thing. Once again, these are much too low. We don't need to drop them down there. But we do need to... Yeah, we're only going to need one lifter, but we will need a lifter to lift them. So let's get that working. Lifter... need to lift them to this height. Did that the wrong way around. So yeah, just 2 blocks we need to lift them by. We'll need a conveyor here. Yeah, okay. So now we'll have 4 of these coming along here and needing to be pushed into the appropriate places. I'm going to do the usual thing I do when I have 4 things needing to go to different places. I'm going to queue them all up and then push them around. It's working out pretty well so far. I'm actually going to lift them up 1 more block just to make it easier to drop them into place, whilst also having welders, because we will actually need to stick all this stuff together at the end. So one of them needs to go there, and then we can use this to push the other ones into place. So sensor here, 3 pushers, join them all together. First one just goes there. Second one goes there, and third one comes all the way around there. Might interfere with the this conveyor, which would be awkward. Let's actually move this up another level as well, so that it doesn't interfere as much. I think that gives us room to sneak one of these past, because we brought this up an extra layer. That means it can go down 1 layer, and that means it can go there. Okay. I think the only issue now is if the timing of it is wrong. We need the black piece to get there before any of the white pieces do. We also need the black piece to fall in the right place. I messed that up when I was rebuilding. So what should happen is these white pieces should queue patiently, and as soon as all 4 of them are there, they should all spring into action and move to the appropriate corners, which they have. Okay, so we are 2/3 of the way there in terms of stacking. Question now is, how do we actually weld them? Because the obvious place to put the welders is obscured by conveyors. I think this entire thing has got to go up another block, which is annoying. Because yeah, we can't move the assembly down because we could move the assembly down if we accept that then we've got to lift the whole product up at the end. I have a sneaky feeling we're going to have to do that, so okay, let's do that. Let's assemble it 2 blocks lower than we were planning to and lift it up at the end. Yeah, when my brain is not feeling like that, my brain is thinking, how on earth is this going to work? See, I need to be able to have welders on each of these corners, which means they can't get in the way of the conveyors. I need 2 welders stacked on top of each other. So this is actually this is the highest that this can be without getting in the way of the conveyors. And it's all the way down here. I suppose we have got more space to work with, so it's not that bad. Once we've got 4 of those in place, then assuming the timing still works out, just about. Yeah, so that all 4 of those are now welded in place. Then the lid comes along, and the lid will also need to get welded in place. So one of these welders needs to be 3 high instead of 2. Like that. You don't have to weld the lid. Fortunately, you don't have to weld the lid on all 4 corners. Otherwise, this would be a problem here because there's a conveyor in the way. As long as the block is welded to the other block at least one point, the whole thing holds together. There. So that is 1 block now. The next challenge is getting it out of here. And I think what I need to do is actually drop this conveyor down to like drop it down to like here. No, lower than that, here. Yes. And then, because I need to use the fact that there's something here as a trigger to push it out. So standing in the middle of all these welders is a bit frightening, I have to say. If we have a switch here and a pusher immediately underneath, here. That should cause it to eject itself when it's finished. Oh, that doesn't work because it's the first. Yeah, the first piece triggers that. Okay, that's awkward. How else would we trigger it then? It's annoying to have come this far and be stuck at the final hurdle. How do we get this out of here? I suppose we could use a timing circuit. It's quite a while since we've used timing circuits, and I've tried to avoid them because it's a bit of a jammy way of doing it, I think. But let's use a timing circuit. So it also takes up a ton of space, but fortunately we've still got lots of space left. What we need to do is build something on the floor here. Like this. Just an endless loop of conveyors. Have a block going round and round that loop. And have a switch that the block can activate. That pushes the pusher. And then it's just a case of synchronizing this circuit with when the pusher needs to be pushed. So right now I think, yeah, the pusher is going slightly too early. So we need to move the block back. Also, I've just realised this pusher is pushing into this empty hole rather than onto one of the blocks, so that's not going to work. We need to move it down a block to there. That. So you can see this periodically pushing. And as long as that is synchronized with the assembly of the items, then all will be well. Okay, that was pretty good actually. So the final hurdle is lifting it up, because we chickened out of this bit and just dropped the whole thing down. We do still have to solve this. If you say so, Ben. This should eject the finished product. Now, we're not quite done because we've got to time this for the next one. Yeah, okay. This circuit needs to be longer because the next one wasn't ready when it came back. So, let's make it longer. Unfortunately, making it longer means we need to redo the timing as well. Because it will take a different amount of time to travel around each circuit. So, yeah, that is now also early. So we need to move the block back to probably about here. It's funny to just have this block going round and round by itself, but it is actually a vitally important part of the machine. It will not work without it. So now, when the block comes back, should be exactly when this drops down. Okay, we are actually slightly late on that, so I need to make the... actually, I need to make this slightly smaller. Hello, Ali Anthony, welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend. We are playing some Infinifactory. It's going quite well. The levels are getting very hard, but we are working through them. We are just about to finish this level, I think, if I can get this timing right. Which I can't. And this is probably going to be the last level of today because, yeah, I usually stream for about 4 hours. And we are 3 hours and 59 minutes in right now. So, apologies, Anthony, if you've only just got here. Yes, about 8 till midnight UK time is my usual slot. Debago says factory make smolty bago brain hurty. Yeah, I think it's you can understand it when it's broken down into its component parts, but sort of if you just gave somebody this level and asks what does this do, it would be very difficult to answer even for me. I will. It doesn't quite work. I'll do a little tour of the solution once it's working and do my best to explain each part of it. But yeah, this is why I don't like using timing circuits. If the timing of, like if a pusher or something is triggered by the build itself, then it always works, because once the final piece slots into place, whenever that might be, then it will work. But in this case, because it actually needs to be triggered by an external circuit, both the phase and offset of that, the phase and frequency of that circuit, so how long it is and where on it the cube starts, sort of, there's two independent variables there to make the correct length of timing circuit, which can be difficult to get right. This might be okay now. I think it's okay. We produced 2 of them in a row. There's a third. Yeah, I think we've got it now. So I will just make sure the solution works, and then I'll run it again and just sort of explain what it's doing as well, and then we'll probably end the stream. But yeah, I mean, there are 2 more worlds after this, so I don't know. This is where we blow up the alien base to steal their technology. But the fact there's 2 more worlds suggests that there's more to the story than that, so we'll have to see what happens.
The bombs are in position throughout the facility. We should really get the out of here.
Run away. Okay, so, okay, I'm bang on average in every respect. Understandable. Ren says, why did your original sensor with pusher not work? So, what I was hoping to do was obviously drop all the pieces into here, and then when the last piece came in, have it push it out. And in order to do that, you'd have to have a sensor somewhere to say, like for example, when there's a piece touching this sensor, then push it out. The problem is, because both black pieces come in from the top, the first black piece on its way down would trigger the sensor and push itself out before the other black piece had a chance. It's not easy to trigger it just off the second black piece coming in, because it has to follow the same path as the first one. So yeah, instead I literally just have a block going round and round a track. So every time this block passes this button, the pusher activates, and then I just have to time things so that the button presses at the same speed that the machine works. Anyway, let's show the whole thing from the start. So this part is actually quite simple. All we're doing is taking the items out of these containers and sending them into the teleporter. And I've just got pushers here to lift everything up to the level of the teleporter. The reason I've run these 3 conveyors to the teleporter instead of just having 1, I tried it with 1 at first, but if you try and merge these conveyors into 1, the white blocks were getting stuck, waiting for the black blocks to go past. If you try and merge conveyors, then I can actually show you here. If you try and merge 2 conveyors, you see how sometimes there's a delay while the other item goes past. Whereas with a teleporter, when the item goes in, it immediately disappears. So there's still a delay, but there's less of a delay, which means we get a full set of the blocks we need to build the output in here at once. What we're doing then, we're not actually waiting for a full thing. I'm taking advantage of the fact that the top and bottom are the same, and what I can do is each time that the stuff comes to the teleporter, I get enough materials for the top and half of the middle, and then the next time I get the materials for the bottom and the other half of the middle. So I've split it into sort of 2 halves effectively. Each half consists of 8 black blocks, 1 orange thing and 2 white blocks. So there's enough space on this in this slot here for 11 blocks, and you'll see that it fills up with 8 black blocks, 2 white blocks and 1 orange block, which is exactly the materials needed for half the solution. As soon as the last block gets pushed up to the end here, it triggers this button, which triggers all of these pushers, which separate out the various blocks into different paths. So from then on, every block is on its own path, and I can control exactly where it goes. So I make the bottom of the container and the top of the container with this same machine, which welds 3 black blocks, 3 black blocks, and then here a black, an orange and a black. Drops the black, orange, black down pushes in the other black ones to make this shape, and then that goes off on a magical journey. By the time it's gone, the next one has come in. So that was the bottom of the first container, and this is the top of the first container. And now the second container is on its way in. While that's happening over here, every time we get one lot of blocks in, we eject the 2 white blocks over to here, and we have another little area where blocks can wait patiently in a queue. So it doesn't matter how fast the white blocks get here, they just wait until there are 4 of them, and as soon as there's 4, this button here is hit, and that activates all of those pushers, sends each of the 4 blocks along a different conveyor, and then each of those conveyors goes to one of the corners. And that makes the first 2 layers, and then all we have to do is wait for the top to fall in. And then, yeah, the tricky bit is actually releasing this once it's in, which is what this button is for. Then we just have to lift it up and out. So, apologies if that fried anyone's brain. But yeah, we have actually done quite well this stream. We've completed the first world of the Resistance campaign. As I say, it looks like there are just 3 worlds. My face cam is actually slightly in the way here. There's the heist, which we've just done, but then there's Production Zone 1, where we unlock another new block, and then a Tropos Station, where we unlock 2 more blocks. This is like, I think there's like a test thing and a thing to make your own puzzles, and then the Steam Workshop. So this is sort of post-game content to play more levels. So there's just these 3 worlds. So it's certainly going to be at least one more stream. I don't know if we can manage both these worlds in the same stream. I suspect these levels are very hard. So my guess is 2 more streams of this game, and then we will be on to something else. So I'm going to end the stream there. Thank you everybody for watching. I will endeavour to have the alerts fixed for tomorrow's stream if possible. I'll either, if I can't get the text-to-speech to speak at the right volume and in full sentences, I'll just turn it off. But it seems like we got the alert volume sorted now, which is good. Thank you once again to everybody for watching, to Burton and Alhuno for following. To Mac for resubbing, to Quinn for the 100 bits, and let's look for somebody to raid. Okay, who is on who we don't usually raid? T-Bago, you're welcome to, well, anybody is welcome to suggest a raid target if they have one in mind. We could just raid Shelley again. See how many raids I've been doing for different people. Yeah, we've only actually raided Shell twice before, so we could just do Shell again. I think we'll do that. So, Shelley, her name is now Shelley's Opus on Twitch. Is an Ocarina of Time randomizer player. Absolutely hilarious to watch. Definitely one of those streamers that you watch for the streamer, not for the content. Not that she is not a good Ocarina of Time player, she is. That's true, Tibago. We could raid them in the future, but we'll do Shell today. So let's do raid. Shelley's underscore. I can never remember with people if they've just got 1 underscore 2. Okay, it's just 1. Her name used to have 2 in it, but now it's just got 1. Shelley's underscore Opus. I know quite a few of my viewers are familiar with her already, but if not, time to check it out. If you would like to leave a raid message when you enter Shelley's channel, please copy and paste this if you are subscribed, and if you're not subscribed, then you can just say Gertie Raid with your favourite emotes, but I'll put a non-sub message in with some dino dances for you to copy if you would like. I am going to be back tomorrow. It is my birthday tomorrow, and so it will be a birthday stream. That doesn't necessarily mean we'll be doing anything special, but I will label it, because I haven't thought of anything, but I'll label it birthday stream regardless. And it would be great to have as many of you there as possible. I will then be back next Friday with some Dwarf Romantic, and back here same time, same place next week with the 4th instalment of Infinifactory, where we continue with the Resistance campaign. Thank you, Lana. Yes, I suppose since it's past midnight in the UK, it is technically my birthday already, but yeah, tomorrow's stream is the birthday stream, so hope to see you all there. Thank you once again for watching, and bye for now.